Hello everyone, welcome on in. Relix is totally not here and I don't have to stall because Relix totally remembered their water bottle. Yeah, toads.
Yep, totally did.
Yeah, see? No one suspect a thing.
Exactly. I even got some pretzels.
Nice. Daily offering, let's
I
go.
always had the pretzels here.
Yeah. No thoughts, head empty. The usual.
Well, that's weird. Because our thoughts should be with boys.
Boys.
Boys!
Boys! Let's not do this again.
Okay.
It was really funny when I was video editing, though. Welcome on in, Spooky. I was dashing.
Trying to make sure my crunching doesn't get on the microphone.
That would be ideal, yes.
So anyway, last time, boys.
Boys.
We found out that this might be a fake world, like a comatose world.
Yeah.
And they're trying to save Snow.
Yeah.
That's about it. That's all I remember from last time.
That's pretty much the gist of it. Yeah. And we're switching. I don't know what those.
And then this would be from Snow's perspective, so.
Yeah, switching to Snow's perspective. I just got distracted by Dawn asking if Spooky works a lot. Anywho's. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. Tucking my knees up to my chin, I hunched myself into a little ball. So he is a cat.
Yes.
You're not going to the
meow,
lake
meow.
tonight. Yes. The meow meow ever. You're not going to the lake tonight.
行かない。
No.
なぜだ
Why not? Not this. I hunched down even smaller.
みっともないところ
I
を見られた
humiliated myself.
絶
No,
対に
she
気づかない
totally hates me.
ガキかよ
What are you, 5? I could hear Yoshi scoffing at me, but I felt no anger. I knew I was acting childish. I was preaching to the choir. Yeah, despite my silence, he seemed to see right through me.
あ
Oh,
いつは待
fire?
ってると
Better
思
warm
う
up
ぞ
then. La 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 la.
She's probably at the lake waiting for you, you know?
どうして
Why would she?
ま
For the same
あ
reason
お前
as
と
you,
同じ
I
理由だろう
imagine.
な
俺と同じ理由
What do you mean? She's not me.
彼女は俺じゃないのに
俺じゃない
Yeah,
か
I
ら
know
だ
she's
ろ
not you. That's why she's there. She was different. Different from my mother. Different from Roshi. That was what drew me to her. A magnetic pull I couldn't resist.
ねえ両親
Hey, Huntsman. Who even is she?
何なんだろう突然俺の前に
She
現
showed
れ
up out of nowhere and set off a
俺
chain
の世界を
reaction that
少し
changed
ず
my
つ変えていっ
world.
た最初は
At
興味
first,
本位
I
だっ
was
た
purely curious.
だけど
But the more I
彼
learned
女を
about
知れば
her,
知る
the
ほど
more I wanted to know.
彼女のことはもっと知りたくなった彼女の言
The
葉で
next thing I knew, I was spending every waking minute thinking about her,
気づけば
hacking off her every
彼女の
word.
ことを考えて彼女も
But she's an anomaly. You donated to Spooky? Fascinating. Not much, but it's a start. Fair enough.
これ以上彼女に会えば
If I spend any more time with
俺の
her,
世界
my
は
world
壊
will
れ
fall
てしまう
apart.
Late that night, I pulled my apple pie out of the fridge. Appearance-wise, it looked normal. The crust was baked to a perfect golden brown. As for the inside, well, when I cut a slice, it looked normal too. This time, I left the skin on the apples, which added a bright pop of color and made the filling more syrupy.
Hey,
ちょっといい
Riku,
か
can I talk to you?
No! Perfect timing, Cinderella!
は
Huh?
Here, try a bite of this. Open wide and say, ah! I scooped up a bite of my finished apple pie and brought it to his lips.
え
Huh?
あ
He hesitated for a moment, then closed his eyes and opened his mouth. Okay, now be honest. Is it gross? I waited until he had chewed and swallowed before asking. Smart.
Tastes good to me.
普通にうまいけど
See, that's what I thought.
自分で言
Humble
う
brag
なよ
much.
I took a bite of my own pie. But no matter how many times I tried, the result was always the same. It just tasted like an ordinary, perfectly good apple pie. Maybe the cinnamon's where I went wrong. After all, some people's constitutions couldn't handle certain spices. I don't think it's a certain spice thing, girl. But then I remembered that Snow's White's mother had definitely put cinnamon in hers, so I decided that couldn't be it. Well, he didn't eat that one either. So.
Yeah. What's up with the pie?
His voice made a sharp more gentle, was a shade more gentle than usual. Someone told me my apple pie is gross.
あ
No.
Disgusting, even.
Well,
Areda.
maybe you switched up the sugar and salt by accident?
Oh, you only make that mistake 3 times. No, I definitely didn't. I tasted it myself. After all, it was a gift for a friend. Obviously, I was gonna taste test it first.
じゃあ
Then
アップルパ
maybe
イ
they
が好き
just
じゃ
don't
な
like
かったん
apple
じゃない
pie.
の
No way! I was told it was their favorite.
Not by them, though.
Not by them, that is true. We got that second hand off his mother.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Accidentally clicked out of the game.
Dots. Obviously, no 2 pies are ever exactly alike, but
Flashback. The apple
Yeah.
pie you made was disgusting.
disgusting, disgusting. I never thought he'd be so harsh. But honestly, if that was my only problem, then I would have gotten over it by now. My real problem was that he stopped coming to the lake. She was waiting at the lake.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he hates me now.
それって
Let me guess. You're talking about your Prince Charming.
No, the other one. Yeah.
まあ
No.
あれだ
Sometimes your crush just doesn't
男
like
に
you
振られ
back.
たからっ
It's
て
part of life,
あん
and
ま
you
気
gotta
に
let
す
it
んじゃ
go.
ねえよ
Sounds like you have experience in this. He cheerfully clapped me on the back. He doesn't like me back? To me, this was the worst case scenario. Tears sprang to my eyes. The next instant, Kaguya and Red Riding Hood raced into the room. Apparently, they'd been listening just outside the door.
ああシンデレラ兄さんそんなはっきり言ったらあかんって
No, Cinderella. I told you you can't be that blunt with her.
そうですよ。
He's right. After putting up with his fickle demands night after night, she won't want to accept that he's rejected her.
Okay, so they're in the same camp of like, whoa. We know that he doesn't like her, but like, come on, man, don't dash her dream.
Yeah, way to the point.
赤ずき兄さん。
Red Riding Hood.
I'm sorry.
すみません。
But it was too late. My vision had gone blurry.
ひいさん、男はお星さんの数ほどおるんやし、気にしとったらあかんで。次
There's
や
plenty
次。
more fish in the sea. You'll get the next one. But I don't want fish. I want Snow White.
そうですよ。
Forget about him. He was just toying with you anyway. Please, don't let him get you down.
He was toying with me?
You know it hurts right now, but time heals all wounds. Any guy who rejects you isn't worth your time.
As it turned out, Cinderella was perhaps the most sensible person in the whole family. True.
Sadly
Just a little
true.
blunt. Sadly true, yeah. But they were all assuming that Snow White had rejected me.
Also true. No one's talked to Snow White directly.
Also, where the fuck is Gretel?
Who knows? Moping somewhere.
I guess that's how it looks to everyone else. Something Metallica joke. Having lost the strength to stand, I slumped to my knees.
ああ、ひいさん、大丈夫
Oh
か？
no, Poppet! Are you alright? He hates me. I couldn't possibly recover. He wanted nothing to do with me, and there was no coming back from that.
せやな。
Yeah? I reckon so. Kaguya with a question mark?
It kind of sounded like Gretel a little bit. Like, it definitely didn't sound like Kaguya properly.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. It's like, I was trying to think if it was like Wizard or Gretel.
I feel like it can't be the wizard. It could be Alice.
Maybe. It definitely didn't sound like Kaguya.
Yeah.
Then Kaguya delivered the final blow, and I toppled over onto the floor.
ひいさん、ひいさん。
Poppet! You're such a jerk. Kaguya. How can you pretend to be worried about me after what you just said? What kind of sadist are you? And quit shaking me by the shoulders. You're gonna make my head fall off.
グレーテル君、僕の真似せんといてくれるかな？
Okay, it is Gretel.
I was right.
Gretel, could you stop copying my accent? You're taking the piss.
すみません、つい。
Sorry. Oh, one second. Reset. Sorry. Couldn't help myself. Where did you come from?
The
You've been
pizza
missing
pillow.
for days, buddy. Next thing I knew, Gretel was smiling down at me from above. Fucking sadistic jerk.
Yep.
Gretel.
たく、何やってる
Good
んです
grief.
か。
Look at you. Scowling, he drew near.
はあ、そんな顔しないでくだ
Don't
さ
give
い
me those
よ。
puppy dog's eyes, alright?
しょうがないな。
What am I
こ
gonna
れで
do
も食
with
べて
you?
元気出してください。
Just eat this and cheer up. As he spoke, he pushed a piece of cookie into my mouth.
It's drugged, isn't it?
It's good.
そりゃそうですよ。こんな美味しいものをまずいとか抜かし
If
た
you
ら
told me it was
僕なら
disgusting,
味覚
I
障
could
害を
wonder if you
疑い
had
ますね。
dysfunctional taste buds.
味覚障害。
Is that even possible?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Yes.
味覚の感度が低下したり消失したり
Oh,
する状
great.
態を起こ
Medical
すそうで
terms.
すよ。
Fuck.
つまり 食べたものの
It's
味が変
called
わってしまうという
dysgeusia.
ことです。
Some people lose their sense of taste altogether. To them, it changes the taste of their food.
味覚障害と一口に言っても、い
That
ろいろと
said,
症状の
symptoms
違
vary
いがあっ
widely
て、
from person to
特定の
person.
味がわか
Some
らなか
people
った
lose the
り、
ability to taste
何を食べ
specific
ても薄
flavors,
く感じ
while
たり、
others struggle to
すべ
taste
ての味
anything
を
at
嫌な
all.
味に感じ
And
るな
for
ど、
some people,
人によっ
it
て
makes
様々
everything
です
taste
けどね。
rancid. For some people, it makes everything taste rancid. His words reverberated in my mind. And I thought back to Snow White's reaction to my apple pie.
何か思い当たることでもある
Does
ん？
any of this sound familiar to you, Puppet? He puked up my apple pie.
Ew.
And he never ate any of my other food.
つまり
So,
実
you
は味
suspect,
覚障害
my
で
turn to say the
本
medical
当は
term,
美味しいはずのアップルパイがまずく
dysgeusia
感じ
might
た
be the reason he didn't enjoy your apple pie.
他にも拒食症っちゅう可能性もあるで。
Or I reckon he could have an eating disorder as well. Yep, typically go hand in hand
あ
there.
あ、それって女が
Oh,
太りた
like
く
the
な
one
くて
girls get when
食
they're
べ
scared
た
of
後に
getting
わざと
fat.
吐いたりするやつだよ
What's it
な。
called? Bulimia? Where they make themselves puke after every meal. I mean, props to Cinderella for being educated on what bulimia is, but it's not just a girl thing, so flicks him on the forehead.
Oh, okay, we're saying it wrong. It's dysgeusia.
Ah. Yeah, I'm not surprised we were saying it wrong.
Me either, when it's spelled like that. God damn.
Wild.
そうそう。
Yeah, something like that.
彼は男でかなりの細身ですよ。
He's already very slim, and a man at that flicks Red Riding Hood.
Yes.
少ないですが、男でもいるそうで
Men
す。
can have eating
それに
disorders too.
拒食症
No,
は
it's
どんな
not
に
as
痩せていて
common.
も、
And
自
when
分
you
には
have
太っ
one,
て見える
you
そう
might
です
feel
よ。
like you're fat, no matter how thin you actually are.
そうなんですか。
Let me see.
女
Personally,
性は
I
少
think
し
it's
くらい
healthy
服
for
用から
women to have a
方
little
が
extra
健康的で
padding.
いいと思うのですが。
Damn. I mean, he's not wrong.
I mean,
Damn.
yeah, but
That's a personal
好感
preference
度上げ
there.
ですか？赤ずきんさん。
Trying to suck up for extra romance points, dear brother.
好感度
broman
私が
points?
男らし
Do
いと
you
い
mean
うこ
to
と
say
です
I'm masculine? Red, please.
Wait, can we say the log? I want to make sure I didn't read that wrong. Okay, yeah, it was romance. Romance points. Roman points. Oh my god, the selective hearing is strong with Red. God damn.
To be fair, he does have a hood over his ears. And if he still has
Yeah,
dog
they're-
ears, they're folded down.
Yeah, they're smashing him down into his head.
Mm-hmm.
なんか字面がおか
There's
しい
no
気
such
がす
thing
る
as
ぞ。
broman points.
You don't
くそ
know
ま
that.
ずいアップルパイといえば、姉さんが
You
この
know,
間もらってき
speaking
たア
of
ップ
nasty
ルパイを
apple
思い出し
pies,
ますね。
there's the one that you brought home the other day. Yeah.
なんだそれ
Wait, what?
姉さんがお土産にもらって
She
きた
brought
アップ
home
ル
an
パイ
apple
が
pie
食べ
someone
た
else
もんじゃな
made.
かったって
The thing
話
was
ですよ。
utterly inedible.
So maybe
じゃあ
whoever
そい
made
つ
it
の
has
味覚
broken
音痴
taste
だったん
buds
じゃねえ
too.
の？
それか、可愛いひーさんへの嫌がらせっちゅう可能性もあるかもしれへんね。
Or they pulled a nasty prank on our puppet.
うわ、
Wow,
お前
that's dark,
考
man.
え方が卑屈だな。
さすがかぐや兄さん。相変わ
But
ら
of
ずのネ
course,
クラかつ
if
歪みっぷ
anyone
りです
here
ね
is。dark and twisted. Oh, sorry, that's Gretel. One
Yeah.
second. Yeah, reset. But of course, if anyone here is dark and twisted, it's our beloved Kaguya.
Looks like Gretel.
こうやって僕への嫌がらせが積もり積もって僕を卑屈でネクラにさせていくことに気づいて
Not at the moment, but if you keep taking the piss, I reckon I might get there.
Oh dear.
それ
Fight,
で味
fight,
覚障
fight.
害なんですか？
Great, I gotta look this up again.
Dysgeusia, I think is what you said?
Yeah, dysgeusia. So tell us, is it really dysgeusia? I don't know.
っていうか
Wait. So it's possible the dude didn't reject you after all.
Wow.
Well, he didn't say so point blank.
Though it's not as common, looks to paleo and keto diets. I'm not too convinced the numbers are right, to be honest. Well, just because you're on a diet doesn't mean that you think that you're fat. It's just like you're trying to eat healthier so when you don't just sit around all day.
When it comes to men and eating disorders, it's usually kind of like the opposite in a way, because like their body dysmorphia is like their muscles not being big enough type of thing.
Yeah, so they go hit the gym, they start eating like a butt ton of protein, and then they just start pumping iron like fucking crazy.
Like, it's definitely underreported that men have eating disorders at all, but like anything, men's mental health is underreported, so.
True.
Yeah. Anywho's.
That being said, if you're a man that has a mental disorder, don't report that shit, please.
I don't want to be part of the statistics, though.
Statistics evil. Let me just be Delulu.
Let me be Delulu in peace. Jeez. I'm not totally in the loop, but if your Prince Charming didn't shit you down, then maybe you just gotta pay him a visit.
At this, I gasp.
Why are you looking at me like that?
It's like a veil has been lifted.
No, seriously. Why did I ever think to go to his house? I know where it is, like a stalker. I knew where he lived. I was on friendly terms with his mother. If he wasn't gonna come see me, I could simply take matters in my own hands. Then I could ask him flat out whether he was interested in me or not.
But what about the cafe?
You're a poster girl. If you're not wearing your usual sunny smile, your sales will take a hit either way.
Weren't sales already taking a hit?
Yep.
Because, like, people are disappearing from the tower, assuming?
Yep.
You're the best, big brother.
I gave Cinderella a big hug. What sales? The cafe's dead, remember?
Zip it, you.
He brings up a good point, though. Let him talk.
Yeah.
I traveled through the dim forest along the edge of the lake until I arrived at an elegant mansion that looked utterly out of place. This was the house where Snow White lived. If I hadn't met Snow White's mother entirely by chance, I wouldn't be standing here right now. But the question remained, did Snow White agree to speak with me? I took a deep breath and then... Hello? I knocked on the door. After a moment, I heard sounds coming from inside.
Hi! Donata?
Alright, I gotta be this bitch too.
Mm-hmm.
Coming. Who is it? It's me again, Riku Arasu, the girl you...
Alice-chan?
Arasu?
The door suddenly whipped open. Yeah, no shit. Saying you're good terms with the mother is an understatement.
Yeah.
You came to visit. Thank you so much. Whoa!
As soon as she laid eyes on me, Mother pulled me into a hug. Well, at least she's happy to see me. A little too happy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just so happy to see you. It's okay. Now, don't be shy. Come on in.
Without further ado, she invited me into her house, almost like I was an old friend. This is no time for me to get cold feet.
Thank you.
Rubs her feet on the ground before she comes in to warm them up. So I took my shoes off and walked right in. She led me down the entrance hall to the spacious living room.
You wait here, and I'll make some... Actually,
I cut in abruptly. As she tilted her head at me in confusion, I pulled a dessert box from my bag. Smiling, I held it out to her.
This is the thank you for the other day. I hope you like it.
Ooh, okay. I had bought it from a fancy bakery Gretel recommended to me. Ideally, I would have liked to make her something myself, but after Snow White's torpedoed my self-confidence, I didn't want to risk it. Damn.
Goodness. You didn't have to. Oh,
Oh,
I recognize this bakery. I love the wonderful desserts they make. Thank you.
And thank you, Gretel.
I'm glad you like it.
I replied modestly to hide my inner glee.
Well then, we can eat these together. Just a moment. Need help with anything? No need. You just sit tight.
Carrying my gift, she disappeared into the kitchen. Once she was gone, I let out the breath I was holding. Only a few minutes had passed since I arrived, yet I was already exhausted. This woman seemed to have some hidden depths to her, but personally, I liked her quite a bit. Appreciated her frank, straightforward attitude. At the same time, she was the mother of my crush. Snow's mom's got it going on. So obviously, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Not only that, but said crush was currently ghosting me. And probably on purpose, too. As I waited for Mother to return, I continually scanned the room. Boom, boom. On the south side of the living room was a cozy little sunroom, and to the north was the dining area. If I had to guess, the kitchen was in the next room over. Ad break.
Yep.
Everything about it screamed, rich people house! Come to think of it, despite the size of the mansion, I had yet to encounter anyone outside of Snow White and his mother. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, no, don't be.
When Mother returned, I straightened my posture and donned a polite smile. I had a lot on my mind at the moment, but for now, the most pressing issue was Snow White himself. I needed to find the right timing to bring him up so I could go see him. Right now.
Say, that reminds me.
How was the apple pie? Don't say rancid, don't say rancid, don't say rancid. Just then, she changed the subject.
Oh, it was great.
Riku lied as she lived, breathing. I answered with a smile.
Was it? Oh, I'm so glad. I'll make you another one anytime you like, so just say the word. Will do. Thanks.
Judging from her behavior, she really didn't seem to have pulled a prank on purpose. Was it just an accident? As I sipped my tea, I observed her carefully. She cheerfully munched on one of the sandwich cookies I had brought from the bakery.
How is it? Oh, it's marvelous.
She didn't appear to be lying. In other words, her taste buds were clearly functional. And after another sip of tea, I took a breath and...
About Snow White.
あ、そうそう。
Oh, that reminds me.
Once again, Mother interrupted.
What is it?
私ね、アリスちゃんの
Guess
ため
what?
にお
I
洋服
bought
を
some
用意
clothes
した
for
の。
you, Arasu. What?
My facade slipped. As for what happened after that, well... Fashion show.
How do I look?
Mother led me to her bedroom where she made me try on clothes for more than an hour.
Damn.
Goddamn. Currently, I was wearing a strapless mini dress and a flower crown.
That sounds cute.
Yeah. Not gonna get a CG of it. The skirt was poofy and layered, almost like a tutu. Very kawaii.
かわいい。妖精
So
さんみ
cute.
たい。
You're like a little fairy.
Meanwhile, Mother was over the moon.
Mother.
じゃあ次はこれね。
Next, let's do this one.
With a big smile, she handed me another frilly dress.
Okay.
Defeated, I nodded meekly. Not that I didn't appreciate her calling me cute, but when she said it over and over, it started to lose all meaning. As I changed into the next outfit, I glanced around. Green curtains hung against the ebony window frame. Sunlight streamed in through the glass, illuminating the room. The interior featured a 4-poster bed and a plain wooden table. A large mirror hung on the bright white wall. The room was luxuriously furnished, not to a tacky extent, but elegant and carefully balanced. Mother rifled through the closet, looking for my next outfit. How many more was she planning to subject me to? The bed was covered in my previous outfits. Cutesy frills and ribbons, pretty flower corsages, delicate lace, sparkly beads, and jewelry. It was everything a girl could ever dream of.
How do I look?
Once I'd finished changing, I called out to Mother, who glanced back with a smile.
かわいい。
You're so cute.
けど何か足りない気がするのよね。
Something's missing.
This time her reaction was slightly different. She walked up to me and looked me up and down.
そうだわ。
Oh, I know.
Then she walked off to the desk, opened a drawer, and took out a small box. Inside was a hair ornament in the shape of a butterfly. She took it out and affixed it to my head.
やっぱり
There.
髪型も合
Now
わ
we
せる
better
べ
make
きよ
your
ね。
hairstyle match, don't you think? Yes, please.
I nodded and sat down in the chair. As I straightened my posture, Mother walked up behind me.
Having fun, are we?
Kept my tone bright so it wouldn't sound sarcastic.
楽しいわ。
Oh,
とっ
yes.
てもね。
Lots of fun.
Slowly, she began to brush my hair.
ごめんなさいね。私のわがまま
I'm
に付
sorry
き合わ
for
せちゃって。
subjecting you to my silly whims. Thank you for humoring me. Oh, it's no problem. I'm having fun trying out all these different dresses.
本当？しつこいおばさんだって
You're not sick of playing dress up with some old lady? No old ladies detected.
Smooth.
ありがとう。
Well, thank you.
あなたの髪
Your hair certainly has a lot of
ふわふわしてる
volume,
のね。
doesn't it? Tell me about it. It's so thick and hard to manage.
あら、女の子は
But
少
trust
し
me,
ぐらいボ
it's
リュームが
better
あ
than
る
the
方がいいの
alternative.
よ。
At least thick hair
いろ
gives
い
you
ろな
options
髪
when
型
it
が
comes
でき
to
るじゃない。
style.
サイドアップにハーフアップ、
Ponytail, half ponies, side pony, fishtail braids, French braids, pigtails,
ポニー
buns.
テール
Oh,
に
it's
お
so
だん
lovely to be a girl.
やっぱり女の子は特にあなたはとっても華やか。
Reiko really about to accidentally raise up mother.
So true.
True though.
And you, my dear, are the loveliest of all.
ふわふわで明るい色の
That
髪、
light,
宝
fluffy
石みた
hair,
いなキラキラと
those
した瞳。
sparkling gemstone eyes.
絵本の中のお姫様が
Why,
その
you're
まま
like a
飛び出し
princess
てき
from
た
a
みたい。
picture book. Aw, thank you.
This warmed my heart. Truth be told, she was every bit as strange as her son, but I still really liked her.
私ね、小さな頃から
When I
ず
was
っ
a
と
girl,
憧れてたの。
I had a dream.
私の実家は旅
You
館
see,
を経営して
my
てね、
family ran an inn,
昔か
so I
ら
wasn't
あ
always
まり
allowed
好
to
き
do
な
the
ことを
things
さ
I
せてもら
wanted
えな
to
かっ
do.
た。伝統的な家だったの。
My parents were very
厳
strict
し
and
い両親で
traditional.
ね、
While my peers were allowed to
同い
play
年の
house
子
with
が
their dolls,
おままごと
I
遊び
attended
や
lessons.
お人形さんで遊んでても、そんな中、唯
The
一許
only
され
hobby
た
they
娯
allowed
楽
me to
が
have was
本を
reading.
読むことだった。
Probably because it was educational,
上
I
層
suppose.
教育の一環という小さな私は
And
夢
when I
中
was
になって
little,
本を読んだ
oh,
わ。
I loved to read.
そして
One thing in
あ
particular
る
was
も
my
のに
absolute
心を
favorite.
奪われた。
Can you guess?
なんだと？
Fairy tales?
そう
That's right.
特に好きだったの
My
は
favorite fairy tales were
お姫様の
ones that had
物語だ
a
った。
princess.
物語の中で
Stories of
女の子
girls
た
who
ちは
overcame
様々
adversity
な
in
困
pursuit
難
of
に遭いな
true
がら
happiness.
波乱万丈の人生を送っていた。彼女たちは
Those princesses taught me
夢を見ることを
I
教
was allowed to
えてくれ
dream.
た。それまで灰色の世界しか
But
知
for
らなかっ
every
た
girl whose
女の子
life
に
was dull and drab,
キラキラ
a
とした
world
世
of
界があ
magic
る
was
んだっ
waiting
て
just around the
教え
corner.
てくれたの。
May I introduce you to the wizard?
That's wonderful.
そうでしょ。
Isn't it?
そして
And
女の
so
子は
I
夢見
started
る
to
よう
want
になっ
more out of life.
いつか素敵な王子
I
様が
wanted a handsome
かわい
prince
そ
to
うな
come and
私
rescue
を
me.
迎えに来てくれますように。 時は流
The
れ、
years
大人になっ
passed.
た私の前に
After I
現れ
grew
た
up,
のが
I met a man.
輝く髪にキラ
He
キ
was
ラ
a
と光る
prince
瞳。
from a faraway land with
遠い国
radiant
の王
hair
子様は
and sparkling
私を
eyes.
迎えてくれたの。私は彼のために
For him,
全てを捨
I
てた
gave
わ。
up everything. My
家族
family,
も
my
友人も
friends, everything that chained me down.
でも彼は代わりに
But in return,
私に
he
夢を
made
与
my
えてく
dreams
れた。
come true.
The wizard?
Wizard?
憧れだったダンス
That's
パ
I was
ーティ
thinking
ー、
that too. I was like, wizard.
綺麗なドレスにお城のよ
Banquets
う
and
な大
balls,
きな家。
beautiful dresses, and a house as big as a castle.
Wizard?
私は
Wizard?
幸せだった。何もかもがうまくいっていると
I was so
信
sure it
じ
would
て
last
疑わなか
forever.
った。でも
And then
それはただの夢物語だっ
But
た。
it was all just a dream.
私は結局
In the end,
お姫様に
I
はなれ
wasn't
な
a
かった。
princess.
but then the Fire Nation
ご
attacked.
めんなさいね。
Exactly.
こんな話をして
Anyway, sorry to be such a downer. No, no.
よし、できた。ど
There,
う？
all done. What do you think?
She handed me a mirror. There I saw she had tied my hair up in elegant braids. Paired with the butterfly hair ornament, it was a very girly style.
I'm so cute.
She says in the mirror every day. Normally, when I brag about myself, like, honey, yeah. But she really left me no choice.
でしょ
Aren't you?
She giggled, delighted. I giggled too.
よーしガーリーな次
Now
は
then,
イノ
we've
セント
tried
な
our
感じ
hand
でいっ
at
ちゃおう
girly,
か
so maybe it's time to try a more chess style. That sounds great. Let's do it. Bring it on.
At this point, my only option was to stick it out until Mother got tired.
Fair.
Eh,
But first,
come to think of it, what's your son up to today?
hit her with an impromptu question, no lead up whatsoever.
白雪
Snow White?
あああの子なら部屋にいるわあなたが来るから呼びに行ったのだけれど出て
Well,
こなく
he
て
is in his room, I'm afraid.
恥ずかしがっ
I
てる
did
の
let
か
him
も
know you were here, but he wouldn't come out. I guess he's too shy. Gotcha.
Clearly, he was, in fact, avoiding me.
あの子に何か用
Did you need him for something? Hmm.
For a moment, I debated telling her the truth.
No, that's okay.
But then I decided against it. Good. If he didn't want to see me, there was no point in trying to force it. For now, anyway.
Mm.
After that, I tried on 5 or 6 more dresses before we finally decided to call it a night.
Damn.
And then you looked
気
outside
に
and
入
it
ったお
was
洋
night.
服はみんな持って行っていいのよ
If you liked any of the dresses, you can go ahead and take them home with you. No, I couldn't possibly.
I shook my head vigorously. I always thought Cinderella was the only person crazy enough to give out such lavish gifts. Well, outside of an oil baron or something. But evidently, I was wrong.
そんな遠慮しなくてもいいの
There's no
に
need to be shy, you know.
Disappointed, she frowned. I swear, it's like rich people live on a different planet.
じゃあその髪飾りなんてどう
Then how about the hair ornament? Oh, right.
It wasn't until she pointed it out that I realized I was still wearing it, even after I changed back to my normal clothes. After all, I left my hair as is.
Would that be okay with you?
もちろんよそ
Of
の髪飾り
course.
も
I'm sure
ア
it'd
リ
be
スちゃ
much
んみた
happier
い
on
な
your
可
head
愛い
instead
子
of
に
being
使って
cooped
も
up
らっ
in
て
that box.
喜んでるわ私にはもう似合わない
Besides,
から
it doesn't look good on me anymore.
Aww. In the end, I never got the chance to speak with Snow White. Instead, I enjoyed a night of dress up with his mother. The end. Out of nowhere, my head started to ache. I pressed a hand to my temple. Maybe it's all the stress, or maybe it's the cursed ornament you just got.
Maybe.
Maybe it's Maybelline.
Oh dear.
I'm home.
おかえりひいさんどうやった
Welcome back,
白
Poppet.
雪王子には
How'd
会え
it
た
go? Did you speak with Snow White?
As soon as I arrived at the cafe, I suddenly collapsed on the spot.
大丈夫か
Maybe it's Havana syndrome? I do not know what that is,
I
but
don't either.
I will take your word for it.
You all right? I'm okay. Thanks.
But when I looked up, I saw Kaguya's expression freeze.
What's wrong?
ひいさ
Don't
んいいか
be alarmed, Poppet.
じっとしときや
Just stay still.
There's a butterfly on your head. His face is as white as a sheet.
What is it?
Kaguya hardly ever lost his composure, so this is highly unusual. He stared at me intently, his trademark smile nowhere to be seen. And then, the next instant, butterfly. Caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of my eye and bit back a scream.
Well then.
A giant moth was crawling around on my head. Oh.
Well then.
コロ、ひいさんから離れろ。
Nasty creature! Get away from my puppet! I took that as my cue to squeeze my eyes shut. This suddenly turns into that one episode of SpongeBob. I know, right? A few moments later.
もう大丈夫。
It's alright now. Kaguya reassured me gently. Is it like the wizard's magic only affects a certain radius, and once all of these gifts that Mother provides her leave that radius, they just turn back to normal? Or they become like gross things?
I think you're onto something.
Slowly I opened my eyes to find Kaguya looking back at me with a pained smile on his face.
What happened to the moth?
捕まえて外に逃がしてきた。
Caught him and took him outside. Sensible.
Oh, Kaguya!
Unable to bear it, I threw my arms around him.
よしよし。
There,
怖かったや
there.
ろ。もう大
Scary,
丈夫や
wasn't
で
it? But it's alright now, love. He wrapped his arms around me in a tight hug. I could tell he was scared too, but he still chose to protect me. That's what we call courage, baby.
Why on earth was there a moth on my head?
Just then I realized. I hastily reached up and touched my hair.
お？どないしたん？
What's wrong?
It's gone.
Mother's butterfly hair ornament had vanished into thin air.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear. When I opened the door, the first thing I saw was a mountain of fanciful dresses.
どうしたの？
What's with all these
このドレス。
dresses? I called out to my mother, but she had her back turned. She didn't respond. I had a bad feeling about this.
彼女が来たの？
Did she come in here and try them on? On my second question, my mother spun around with a smile.
そうよ。
Alright, I forgot I was mother for 5 seconds.
She sure did.
I thought you were silent because her hair color changed.
What? Oh, wait. Oh yeah, it's like black now, isn't it?
Yeah,
Wasn't like
it's darker.
bluish earlier?
It was like
Yeah, it's
more
darker.
like light gray. But when I saw her head on, I was stunned. Me too, Snow.
Same.
Her silver hair had turned raven black. Yep.
Evil queen?
Skin as white as snow, red rosy cheeks, ebony hair. She was my own mother, yet she looked nothing like me.
なんで？
How? Why would I ask her though? Didn't I know this would happen? After all, the more time I spent with her, the more she would unlock my repressed memories, until eventually we traded places. Huh?
ふわふわの髪、
Huh?
キラキラとした宝石のような瞳。
That fluffy hair.
And those sparkling gemstones. Okay, I see. I think I get what's going on here. So Snow is saying the more that they interact with Reikyu, the more Reikyu is going to switch places with Snow.
Hmm.
I was like trying to figure that too. I was like, wait, is he swapping places with his mother? But no, that doesn't make sense. It would have happened already if that was the case.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. I guess I didn't finish this one.
No, you don't.
That fluffy hair. And those sparkling gemstone eyes.
かわいいかわいいお人形さん
She's the perfect
彼
doll.
女こそが
Yes,
本
she's a
当のお
bona
姫
fide
様
princess.
My mother spoke, entranced. Her soft, gentle voice never wavered. She was now fully restored to her former beauty.
また来てく
Oh,
れな
I
いかし
hope
ら
she'll be back again.
あの
There's
子
so
に
many
も
more
っと
dresses I'd
もっ
like for
と
her
綺
to
麗な
wear.
服を着てもら
More
いたい
treats
し
I'd like to make.
美味しいものも食べさせてあげたいなのになんであな
And
たが
yet,
ここにいるのかしら
Why is it you're here?
She looked at me coldly as her words pierced me like so many tiny icicles.
母様
My mother.
母様って呼ぶんじゃない
Don't you call me that!
His scream made me flinch. The kind woman who loved me was no more.
私はあなた
I'm
の母
not
親
your
じゃ
damn.
Abruptly, she clutched her head.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
頭が痛い
My head. It hurts.
As she spoke, she crumbled to the floor. I ran over and pulled her into a hug.
母様
Mother,
母様
mother, I'm
ごめんなさ
sorry.
いお願い
Please,
変わら
don't
ない
turn
で
it to someone else.
What?
Hmm.
What?
More questions than answers now.
The fuck?
Snow White's mother had given me two things, an apple pie and a hair ornament. Both of these things looked perfectly ordinary at first glance, yet transformed into something malicious. Truth be told, something felt very, very wrong.
Oh, it's an expansion on the Evil Queen's ability to shapeshift. That's right. She turns into like the old hag.
Yeah.
And frankly, I didn't know what to believe. Sure, maybe the apple pie was an unfortunate mistake or a mean prank, but how could I possibly explain the ornament? I wasn't in the habit of putting moths on my head, and normally you think I would have noticed a moth of that size a lot sooner.
Probably, yeah.
Keyword, normally. But I didn't notice it all until I came home and Kaguya pointed it out. After you got a headache, you know? Almost like it had been transfigured. Surely such a thing would be impossible, unless it was magic or something. Magic, miracles, superpowers, fairy tales. It all seems so absurd. And I had plenty of other questions too. I thought of Snow White. And I thought of his mother. For better or worse, both of them seemed to have taken an interest in me for whatever reason. And this recent strange events only started after I met Snow White. Could someone have lured me into a trap while I was none the wiser?
アリス
Arisa.
A familiar wispy voice called my name and I whirled around. Snow White stood behind me, his expression one of annoyance. Snow White, you came! Thank you so much!
別に
Whatever.
来たくて来たわけじゃない
He averted his hard gaze, as if to suggest he wanted nothing more than to get away from me.
なんで
Why are you here?
ここにいるの
He looked sincerely puzzled. But to me, the question made even less sense. What do you mean? Obviously, I'm here to see you.
会いたいって
You wanted to see me?
ど
How
うして
come? Didn't I hurt your
俺は
feelings?
君を傷つけたのに
For a moment, I didn't realize what he was saying. Then it hit me. So you thought we weren't friends anymore?
あ
At last, I understood. I'd wondered what had made him stop visiting the lake. I'd figured he didn't want to be around me anymore. After all, his last words to me were painfully harsh. Tastes like
君
shit.
が作ったアップルパイ
That apple pie you made was
で
disgusting.
もまずく
But I was mistaken. He stopped coming to the lake not because he hated me, but because he was afraid I hated him. Did you want me to hate you? He didn't answer. I looked at him and giggled. Sorry, but it'll take more than that to drive me away. So if you want to hurt me, you'll have to try harder. Mere words aren't enough. If you really want to hurt me, you'll have to do something worse.
君は
So,
嫌
you
われ
wouldn't
ても
care if I
いいよ
hated you?
Are you kidding? I'd be devastated if you hated me, but if it meant I could heal you, then so be it. Sucker punches her. I'm stubborn like that.
知ってる
I know.
あれ
That's
か
why I
ら
hate you.
ずっと
Have
思
you
って
been
てく
waiting
れた
here
の
ever since?
Of course.
Are
寒い
you
の
cold?
Well, duh, silly. It's freezing out here. Hard not to get a cold after sitting outside for hours in the wintertime. That said, no one was forcing me to do it, so I couldn't really complain. Just then, he took my hand. Huh?
手が冷たい
Your hand's cold.
はあ
I mean, I appreciate the effort, Snow, but that's not going to warm up her hands. They're just going to get moist, and then they're going to get even colder. He cupped my hand in his and exhaled against it.
はあはあ
This is so goofy.
I know. It was so sudden I could scarcely process it. What was he doing?
His best.
True. He was full-on serious mode at the time, but this threw everything out the window.
これで
Feel warmer
少
now?
しは暖かくなった
Nah, your breath's cold. I mean, technically we feel warmer, but that's just because we're blushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel warmer. Yes. Thank you. I replied in a tiny voice and nodded.
じゃあ
I guess I don't
Oh,
need to
yeah.
keep going.
I mean, true. What? You monster.
What, you liked your hand being blown on, Reikyu? Come on.
Look, she has very specific fetishes.
Obviously. What?
Nothing. I didn't dare to admit I wanted more, so I awkwardly averted my gaze. The next moment...
Got it.
Yes! He's just like, I know what my mission is now.
Yep.
He started exhaling on my fingers again. All at once, my body burned hot. Mission accomplished! Snow was holding my hand. He had to know this, and yet he wasn't letting go.
You shouldn't come see me anymore.
You mean at the lake or?
The lake or at my house.
Can I ask why?
You know the reason why. Getting involved with me will only make you miserable.
I don't understand.
The way he spoke seemed to suggest he knew what had happened today.
Was this a warning?
Yes. Was this why he was trying so hard to avoid me? If so, then he was a truly kind person.
I mean, yes, but
Yes.
I don't think that's true at all.
it's Max very cute.
Getting to know you has made me the happiest girl in the world.
You're happy?
Yeah! Tell me, Snow White, why did you come to the lake?
Well, obviously.
Because you wanted to meet me here?
You'll never say what you want to see.
Nailed it.
I call it being optimistic. You came here because you knew I'd be here, didn't you?
Yeah, that's real. The truth is, I've wanted nothing more than to see you in person.
Well, I'm right here.
I know.
He let go of my hand and took a step back.
Where are you going?
Oh,
And with that, he turned on his heel and strode away. After a few steps, he stopped short.
does this world feel wrong to you?
What?
My heart nearly stopped. It felt like he read my mind. After all, I was struggling to process my current situation.
If you lost your way, then allow me to give you a hint. It's something that doesn't make sense. Something anyone may possess, but the moment you obtain it, it ceases to exist.
Oh, another riddle.
Anyone can have one, but when you open your eyes, it'll vanish without a trace.
Is he like talking about like dreams or wishes or some shit like that?
Yeah. Knowing you, I'm sure you'll find the answer, right, Aidisu?
Alright, let's go over it again. Let's see the log. After the next scene loads.
Yeah.
I want to see if we could figure it out before Reiki does. It's something that doesn't make sense. Something anyone may possess, but the moment you attain it, it ceases to exist. Anyone can have one, but when you open your eyes, it vanishes without a trace.
Yeah, I think it's just dreams.
I think it's dreams also, because like dreams don't have to make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time they don't.
Yeah.
Alright, let's go. We're locking in dreams. Final answer. That night, I laid in bed thinking about the riddle.
something anyone may possess, but the moment you obtain it, it ceases to exist. Anyone can have one. When you open your eyes, it will vanish without a trace. What significance did this riddle hold?
Hmm.
It would be hard to solve it, but it felt like there was more to it than just that. I decided to go over all the facts one more time. Dream, 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 dream. 1. Snow White presented me with a riddle. 2. Snow White lives in a mansion in the woods. Doesn't make sense. 3. Snow White puked up the apple pie I made for him. 4. Snow White hates his appearance and really hates being treated like a girl. 5. Snow White doesn't want his mother to know about our friendship. 6. Snow White had a close male friend at one point in the past. Next, the facts about his mother. 1. Both gifts from Mother turned malicious when I brought them home. 2. Mother has always wanted to be a princess. 3. Mother likes me. Huh. When I listed it all out, it started to feel like Snow White's self-hatred and Mother's princess aspirations were connected somehow.
You're only now connecting those dots, Riku.
She's not the brightest crayon in the box.
True.
But I still didn't fully understand the relationship. Mother? Son.
Were they on good terms, or...
Ugh. It's no use. I can't figure it out.
I clutched my head in frustration. I needed more hints. I felt like I was playing a crossword puzzle or something.
Crossword. Wordplay. Now that I thought about it, Snow White's riddles were a form of wordplay too. A riddle is a quiz in which clever wordplay is generally the answer. If it was a quiz, then surely there had to be a correct answer. All I knew for sure, however, was that I need to keep in contact with both Snow White and his mother if I wanted to make any progress. Terrible idea. But it wouldn't be enough to simply meet with them. I would need to take action somehow. I rolled over onto my side, and my gaze wandered to the bookshelf. Books. Come to think of it, both Snow White and his mother loved to read. Book club! Standing at the bookshelf, I murmured to myself. I was at the bookstore. Since the cafe was good as dead anyway, I decided to spend my time picking out a gift for Snow White. Of course, compared to a city bookstore, the pickings were slim. But even then, there were still hundreds, or even thousands of unseen worlds sleeping here. Kingdom Hearts. Now then, which would he like the most?
Oh boy.
Well, we know he doesn't really like the knowledge ones. He likes the... You know he doesn't like the books that Huntsman gives him. He reads them, but they're like, eh.
Yeah.
But Huntsman also has terrible taste in books, from what I remember.
I mean, like, Huntsman was bringing back, like, crossword puzzle books, stuff like that.
Yeah, crosswords, magazines.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a how-to book is too underneath Snow White. It doesn't seem like it engage him that much.
I feel like the how-to book kind of is, like, the same kind of category of things that the Huntsman was bringing back, too, sort of.
Yeah. And then, like, a children's book, that would be something that his mother would like.
Yep.
So I guess a literary book?
Yeah.
I walked to the literary section and pulled a book from the shelf.
This is probably one that we're gonna get messed up on.
Maybe.
So,
After I'd paid for my purchase, I left the store.
On my way home, it occurred to me that there weren't many people on the streets today. Granted, during the winter, even a countryside tourist trap would see fewer visitors. That didn't explain why so many of these stores had closed down for good. Just then, I bumped into the last person I expected to see. Mother.
あら、アリスちゃん。
Oh, if it isn't Arisu. You dye your hair? Mother? The moment I laid my eyes on her, my jaw dropped. Skin as white as snow, red rosy cheeks, ebony hair. Ebony hair? Her pensive eyes and soft voice were still the same as always, but the rest of her was ever so slightly different.
偶然ね、お買い物？
Fancy meeting you here. Doing some shopping? Yeah. What about you? I decided to act natural and not comment on the hair.
ええ、
It's
そう
hard
な
not
の。
to. Oh, you bet I am.
どうしたの？
What's
私
wrong?
の顔に何か
Is
つ
there
いて
something
る
on
か
my
しら？
face? No, I was just admiring how pretty you are. I replied, completely serious. Honestly speaking, she looked a lot better with dark hair instead of silver. Almost like this was her natural state.
やだもう。アリ
Oh,
スちゃんったら。
Arisu, you butter me up. She clapped me on the back.
そうだ。
I
よか
know.
ったら
Why
今か
don't you
らう
come
ちに
over
遊びに来ない？
to your house? As much as I wanted to, I was still technically on the clock. Sorry, but I'm working at the cafe today.
そう。
Oh,
Damn it.
I see. That's a shame. Disappointed, she frowned, but she quickly picked herself back up again.
そのお着物は喫茶店の制
Is
服？
that your work uniform? Yeah,
かわいい。
it's so cute. Thank you.
コスプレみたいね。
Like a Halloween costume. Somehow she knew exactly what to say to destroy my self-esteem. Wow. I mean, that's mothers for you.
Yeah.
若いっていいわよね。その格好じゃ寒いでしょ。
Oh, to be young again. You must be pretty cold in that. Well, I don't have far to walk, so... Then an idea occurred to me. Say, do you have any plans today?
そうね。
Well,
特に用事
no,
は
I'd
ない
say
け
I'm
ど。
free. Would you like to come and see the cafe?
アリスちゃんのお店に？
The one where you work? Yeah, I'd like to treat you to a little something as thanks for the gift.
お邪魔じゃないかしら。
You sure I won't be in the way? Nah. Nah, it's fine.
なら喜んで。
Okay then. Count me in. She agreed with a sunny smile. Aww. Battle Tactics 101. Fight the enemy on your home turf. And so I led Mother all the way back home with me.
ここがアリスちゃんのお店なのね。素敵なお店。
So this is your cafe. It's so lovely. Thanks. Come on in. I opened the door and gestured for her to step inside.
ありがとう。
Thank you. But when I followed her inside, I quickly noticed something strange. What the? No one else was inside. No customers, and none of my brothers either. Guys? I even checked the kitchen. Sure enough, no one was there.
ア リスちゃん
Anasu? Yes? The sudden voice behind me made me yelp.
どうかしたの
What's wrong? Oh, it's just... I can't find my brothers.
兄
Brothers? She pressed a hand to her cheek and tilted her head in confusion.
やだわ。あなたは一人っ子で
What
し
are
ょ
you talking about, silly? You're an only child.
There's no wizard because she's the one doing all the magic shit, isn't?
Yeah, that seems to be the case. But she's like rewriting the story to her?
Yeah.
To benefit her agenda?
Yeah.
But it's kind of interesting seeing like the how much the reality can change.
Mm-hmm.
Because holy shit, like she just pulls in like random ass people, and then when she doesn't need them, they're just gone.
Yeah.
But it's like they're there when she's not there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like the line between reality and fantasy is getting a bit blurred, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What?
そんなことよりも、私はどうしたらいいのかしら
Where shall I sit? Oh, how about over here?
I directed her to a table by the window and offered her a menu.
Here's our menu, ma'am.
全部美味しそう。
Oh,
It
all sounds wonderful.
あなたの
What
お
would
すす
you
めは
recommend, Miss Waitress? Well, let's see. There's the apple crumble or the caramel apple tart.
Do they have like this many apple dishes on the menu?
I mean, I'm sure they adjusted it because they have so many apples.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot they bought so many.
リンゴ尽くしなのね。
Apple everything, I see. Well, we got a whole bunch in stock at the moment. Oh, and I just made an apple pie this morning.
そうなのあ、じゃ
Did you
あ、ア
now?
ップルパイを
Well,
一
then
つ
I'd
く
like
だ
the
さい
apple
な。
pie, please. Thank you. And what would you like to drink?
そうね。
Let's
あなたの入れ
see.
たカモミールティ
I'd
ーが
like
飲
a
み
cup
た
of
い
your
わ。
chamomile tea. Coming right up. Hey, Gretel!
With mother's order in hand, I headed to the kitchen and got to work. Not that there was much work involved since I was basically just dishing up the existing product. A few minutes later.
Sorry for the wait. Here's your apple pie and chamomile tea.
わあ、とっても美味しそう。
Wow, it looks so
Alice ちゃんは
delicious.
料
I
理も
didn't
得意
realize
な
you
の
were
ね。
such a talented baker.
She lifted the teacup and took a dainty sip.
美味しい。
So good. Thank you.
I was relieved to hear that she liked it. You hear that, Saki? She likes
そんな
it.
に緊張しなくてもいいじゃない。
Hehe. There's no need to be nervous, silly.
Guilty as charged, and laughed awkwardly. Frankly, I couldn't help but feel nervous. Not only was she the mother of my crush, she was testing me, and I was testing her.
さあ、お次はアップルパイ
Now
ね。
for the apple pie.
York. She picked up her knife and fork, deftly cut a bite-sized piece from the slice, and popped it into her mouth.
うん
How is it?
美味しい。
It's so good.
She blinked in surprise.
なんだか私のアップルパイと
You know,
少し似てるのね。
It tastes a little bit like mine. I was trying to copy yours, to be honest, but I couldn't replicate it.
え、 そうならそうと言ってくれれば
What?
作り
Well,
方く
why
らい
didn't
い
you
くら
say
でも
so?
教えたの
I
に
could have given you the recipe myself.
ああでも
Ah,
アリスちゃんが作ったアップ
your
ルパイ
pie
は
is
to
pretty
っても美味
delicious
しいわ
as
よ
is too. Thank you.
でもそうね
That being said, if you
私
still
の
want to
味に
mimic
近
my
づけるんだ
recipe,
とした
you
ら
should try adding some
リン
lemon,
ゴに
brown sugar,
レ
and
モンと
regular
グ
sugar
ラ
to
ニュ
the
ー
apple
糖
filling.
とブラウンシュガーを混ぜたものを絡ませ
Lemon and brown sugar. I was already using regular sugar, but I hadn't considered the other two. Thank you so much. I'll be sure to give that a try.
This is just making me want apple pie.
This entire route, man.
お役に立ててよかったわ
I'm not even a big pie guy. I'm more of a cake guy.
Fair.
And I'm like, I could go for some fucking apple pie right now.
Hehe. Happy to be of help.
幸せ
I'm so happy. She gleefully devoured the apple pie.
こんな風
No
に
ice cream?
自分の娘と一緒に
Okay,
お
but
茶したか
consider
ったのよ
cobbler.
ね
Cobbler is top tier. I would take a cobbler over a pie any day.
This is just the sort of thing I'd want to do with my daughter if I had one.
Well, you know what? Keep up your
Soda.
Delulu fantasy and you'll
今度
get
一緒
one.
にアップルパイを作りましょうよ
Oh,
一緒
I
にお
know.
菓子作りな
Why
ん
don't
て
we make an apple pie
女の
together
子らしく
sometime?
て素
Doesn't
敵
that sound girly and cute?
アリスちゃん
How about it, Arasu?
So,
You.
here's something that we have to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Snow might be a prisoner
I mean, I already thought that from the beginning, more or less, to be
of her
honest.
own, of mother's fantasies.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you thought about that from the beginning.
Like, not. I guess in this case, it's like a lot more literally than I would have initially guessed from the beginning, but still.
Oh, okay, so you were thinking like emotional prisoner, like, oh, your mom
Abuse.
is like emotionally abusing you.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember
Like,
the
it's still
first
abuse, but
discussion.
now there's magic involved.
Emotional abuse with magic. Oh shit.
Magic reinforcement.
Yeah, exactly. So like, obviously she's gearing up Arasu here, Reikyu, to take the place of Snow
Yeah.
in her little Delulu magic fantasy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's already kind of gaslighting, but it's like magic gaslighting.
Yeah.
You're an only child. Okay.
From the way she spoke, it felt like she approved of me marrying her son. Normally I would be overjoyed, and yet everything felt off right now. Her statement included. Yeah, that sounds fun.
約束よ
Then it's settled. She offered up her pinky. I reached out and curled mine around hers.
Oh no, not the pinky promise.
I mean, to be fair, what she said in Japanese, I personally, if I were translating, I would have said it's a promise, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
don't make pinky promises with witches, guys.
Yeah.
It goes badly.
She was a kind, sweet, innocent woman.
I'm pressing X to doubt right now.
Yeah.
And she swallowed me like I was her own daughter. That is just a statement that is true.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine her affection was all an act. Well, talk to Snow. Because he knows how much of a bitch she is.
Heart attack.
What's wrong? My magic.
Out of nowhere, she grimaced and pressed a hand to her temple.
ちょっと
It's
頭が
just my head. Are you okay? Want to lie down for a while? I peered at her face. Her complexion was pallid, and her lips were turning blue.
Oh dear.
大丈夫
Necromancy.
すぐ良くなるから
It's alright. It'll go away soon.
She's too far away from her source of power.
She forced a smile. But
Or Or counterpoint, all of this is being controlled by Snow.
It could be.
Like, I'm guessing Mother died. Snow just really wanted his mother back. And then created a literal monster with the wizard's help.
I mean, I'm still in the, like, I still think this is Snow's dream overall.
Oh yeah, it's definitely Snow's dream. Because
Yeah.
we're trying to wake him up.
Yeah.
But it's like, why does Mother have so much control in Snow's dream, if that's the case?
True.
Then she looked up, as if she hadn't noticed my concern at all.
あら、もうこんな時間。
Oh dear, it's getting late. Dream demon that traps Snow in a dream, and by trading places with Snow, we are then get trapped in the dream.
Yeah.
And Snow is freed from the dream. She murmured quietly.
ごめんなさい。そろそろ帰
I'm
らない
sorry,
と。
but I need to get
仕
going.
事があるから
I。have work tonight. She rose to her feet and started to pack her things. You have a job? I looked at her dubiously. Me too. Considering the mansion she lived in, I didn't get the impression that she worked outside the home. Well, you know, when you work deep in the woods, performing ancient Wiccan rituals. Besides, when I asked her if she had any plans today, she said no. Or did she only just remember that she was scheduled to work?
ええ、
Yes, I do. She staggered to the door. Wait! I can help you! On reflex, I reached out and grabbed her by the arm. She looked back at me with a soft smile.
ありがとう。優しいのね。
You're such an angel. Then the smile faded from her face, and she stared at me intently. Prolonged eye contact. What?
あのね。
This
変な
might
お
be
願
something
い
of
か
a
も
strange
しれないん
request.
だけど、
But could you say, come home
行
safe?
ってらっしゃいって
Oh,
言ってもらえるかしら。
strange. One fear. Welcome in, Peachy.
Hey, Peachy.
This girl is giving us some very sus vibes.
Mm-hmm.
アリス
And
ちゃ
now
んに
she
言わ
wants
れ
us to
る
say
と、
some weird
なんだか頑張れる
magic
気がす
phrase
る
that will link us forever or something like that.
No, she just said the regular Japanese greeting words.
Oh, okay. Never mind. It would really help me get through the day. How could I possibly say no to that? Like this. No. Beaming, I nodded. Uh-oh. Reikio. Sure thing. This dumb bitch. Come home safe, mother. You did not wanna. You didn't have to add the mother. You added that on your own volition.
Unless it was the magic that made her say it.
The magic. Oh yeah, by the way, there's magic. We're not sure who's controlling it, but we think this bitch is related to it.
Yeah. If you notice, her hair
Yeah, this
color's
is weird.
different.
Thanks. I'll be home soon, Alice.
Daily offering, let's go.
Peachy, you missed a lot.
Head pats.
Head pats.
Truly the daily offering. It should be head pats. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear.
おかえりなさい、
Welcome home,
母様。
Mother. And my voice. Mother slowly turned to look at me.
ああ、まだいたの。
I see you're still here.
Her voice and her eyes were as cold as ice. I froze, speechless. Her complexion was pale. In place of wrinkles, there were dark circles under her eyes.
ねえ、お願いだから、
I'm
この家
begging
から
you.
出て行って。
Just leave this house.
どうして？
Why?
どうしてって
What do you mean, why?
私の言っていること
You
わ
heard
か
me.
るでしょ
I don't need you here.
あなた
You're
はいらない子
unwanted.
なの
Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear.
でも
This is my
こ
home.
こは俺の家だ。
違う
No!
この家があなたの家であるわ
There's
け
no
な
way
い
on
でしょ
earth this house is yours.
この家にはこれ
I'm
か
going
らア
to
リス
invite
ちゃんが
Arbisu
住む
to live here.
彼女こそが私
She's
の本
my
当の子
real
供
child. My
可愛い
beautiful
私の
daughter.
娘
My
私のお
princess.
姫様だか
Hime-sama.
らあなたは消えなさい
So you can just disappear.
Oh, Peachy, it's been getting weirder for like the entirety of the hour, almost 2 hours.
Yeah. She reached out and grabbed me by the throat.
Oh shit!
母様。
I struggled desperately to break free from her icy grasp. But the more I struggled, the tighter she squeezed.
お前さ
It's all your fault.
お前さえいなくなれば
You did this to me.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Show me what I want to see. Tell me what I want to hear.
お前さえいなくなれば
If it
私
wasn't
は
for
幸
you,
せになれたん
my
だ
life would have been perfect.
私は
I'd
Oh,
still be a
Hime-sama,
princess.
But before long, the mirror grew tarnished, corrupting everything in its reflection. Stop. The next instant, I shoved her away from me. Her head slammed against the wall. Ugh. She collapsed to the floor. Reflexively, I took a step back. Pallid skin, blue lips, lifeless, dark eyes. My knees shook, and my palms began to sweat. Unable to bear it, I dashed out of the house. Just most likely dead.
Well, she might have just been a reanimated corpse, to be completely honest.
Yeah, like when you said that's like, oh no, I think you're right.
Yeah. I didn't want to be right, but I'm pretty sure Snow's mother is dead, and in
Mhm.
order to not exactly cope, but as a part of like the grieving process, he created this entire dream world. And when he keeps saying like, "Hey, mirror, mirror, show me what I want to see, tell me what I want to hear,"
Yeah.
it's him projecting his ideal world out onto the world.
Yeah, and that would explain why he would always see the huntsman too, even though like the huntsman
Yeah,
isn't
even though
on
he's,
this
like,
side.
Gone.
Yeah.
Because he wants to see the huntsman.
Mm-hmm.
It's also why he knows that the huntsman that he sees isn't real.
Yeah. Ugh. Though I guess I'm like kind of surprised that we didn't suspect like the mother like not actually being alive and being like really animated one way or another, since we're both like, oh, we're surprised she's still alive. Like,
We're like, especially with all the cutscenes with the huntsman where they talk about like, oh yeah, mother might be dead, or like they at least like allude to it.
yeah.
And it's like, but we saw her alive. It's cool.
Yeah. A lot of things are finally starting to make sense though, which is kind of nice.
Kind of nice. We still don't know the full picture.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Peachy, that's what you missed. A lot of like dream theory shit.
Yeah. I ran blindly through the forest. I didn't care where I ended up. Like I had a lot of options.
Was Peachy here last time when we found out that that Snow might be in a coma?
Yes. Maybe.
And that Huntsman and Reiki had a plan to save him?
I don't know what parts that Peachy was paying attention to in that stream or not, so...
Anyway, that's just relevant information for what we're doing right now, I
Yeah.
guess.
Like the fact that like them being hunters stands for like healing undiagnosed
Hunter was an
neurological
acronym.
trauma. Yeah.
Hunter was an acronym. I forgot.
I
Well, the
didn't.
hunt part specifically.
Yeah, healing undiagnosed neurological trauma. Let's go.
And then they call him a hunter because that's what he specializes in.
Mm-hmm. Just then, I tripped over something hard and hit the ground hard. Or tripped over something and hit the ground hard, rather.
It'll be really funny if it just plays out their first meeting again.
But like reverse, since he's the one that tripped.
Yeah.
When I lifted my head, I saw a single red apple lying forgotten on the forest floor.
Oh!
For a moment, I wondered what it was doing here. But then, I saw the pair of feet next to it. Slowly, I craned my neck up to look at him. Ah, Alice. My boy, it's been so long.
Well, he's back.
Yeah.
After doing nothing.
Hey, he had a mention last time. Alice mentioned.
Maybe the fairy tale Alice, but it was like in reference to
No,
Reiki.
he had his own, like, there was a narrator portion that was talking about Alice that was, like, looking through, like, he went into, like, the looking glass room.
Oh, yeah, the looking glass room. I forgot.
Yeah, Alice mentioned. Important. Anyways. Poor pathetic prince, exiled from your homeland by a mother who never loved you. It's you. I glared up at him. He stared coldly back as he took a bite of the apple in his hand. Skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright, shiny hair. He was a mirror reflection of myself.
Sure.
Mirror, mirror on the wall, who was the fairest one of all? I always envied the unconditional love showered upon the princess. Yes, she is a princess. She would look right at home in frozen ribbons I can read. You loved her, yet at the same time you despised her from the very bottom of your heart. Gasp. Mama's boy.
Oh.
Shut up. You did this to me. If it wasn't for you, my life would have been perfect. I'd still be a prince. You sound just like your mother.
Well, he did just say verbatim what she said.
Mm-hmm. Snow White. I agree. You and your mother look nothing alike. But make no mistake, you are her flesh and blood. I don't like that. I don't like that statement.
Yeah, that statement's kind of... bleh. Oh, good, we're back. That evening. In the end, the cafe didn't even get a single customer all day. But that wasn't the only problem. The brothers were gone. Red Riding Hood, Kaguya, and Gretel were all missing.
Did
Where's Cinderella? Did Reiki forget one?
No, he's there.
Oh, never mind, he's here.
They'll be fine. They're all adults, you know. No, the jury's still out on Gretel, that twerp. Anyway, I'm sure they'll be home soon. So relax.
We got Cinderella back, though.
Yeah, the one with the brain cell.
I mean, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Only Cinderella was around to console me. Big brother. I squeezed his hand. It felt like I couldn't take my eyes off him for a single second, unless he disappeared like all the others.
Oh.
He gently stroked my hair. You're such a strong person.
Damn right I am. I'm the oldest after all.
うちは両親がいない
Since
し
we're orphans,
俺
I
がし
gotta
っ
be
か
the
りしな
dad
きゃ
and keep the rest of you
誰
out
が
of
この
trouble.
問題児たちを面倒を見るんだよ
Just then, something about his statement gave me pause. Aren't their parents alive? Thinking back, ever since I met Snow White, my life had been turned into a series of strange events that left me feeling like something wasn't quite right. Bit by bit, it all piled up like snow.
Snow.
First, I couldn't remember which of my brothers smoked cigarettes. Then people stopped coming to the cafe. Then I stopped seeing people on the streets. Wait, what? Come to think of it, why can't I remember ever working at our cafe? Hey, Cinderella?
なんだよ
What's up?
Do you remember what Mom was like?
唐突だ
Where
な
did this come from?
I was just wondering.
Dog. Hey, dog.
Bark.
He's just doing something he shouldn't be doing. Like the brat he is.
I thought back to the time Snow White asked me about my family out of nowhere. What spurred him to say the things he did?
覚えてる
Yeah,
よ
I remember her.
それがどうした
What was she like? I purposely phrased my question in past tense.
綺麗な人だった
And she
よ
was beautiful. She loved all
キラ
things
キラとした
romantic
ものが
and
好きな
magical and sparkly.
夢見がちな人でもあったな
Sounds like you.
まあ
Yeah,
な
I guess.
Was she nice?
まあな
Yeah, sure. But she was
でも
kind of
ちょ
overprotective
っ
at
と過保護
times.
なところがあったかな一人で留守番する
Whenever
時
she
は
left me
必
to
ず
watch the house by
怖
myself,
い狼
she'd
が
always
い
say
るか
the
ら
world is full of
外に
wicked
出ては
wolves,
いけま
so
せ
you
ん
mustn't go
って言ってたっ
outside.
け
Sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
That's not true. Stunned, I shook my head.
は
What?
That's not my mother. What about Dad then? What was he like? Fucking deadbeat left us. I grabbed Cinderella by the collar.
Yeah, dear.
父さん
Him.
親父は
He
気
was
前が
a
良くて
generous, chivalrous guy.
紳士的
but
な人だったよ
I guess you could say he was
だけど
weak-willed.
そうだなここ
I mean, those definitely
た
sound
く
like
さん
Cinderella's
借金を
parents,
作っ
but
て
Yep. He
それ
got
きり
pretty
ど
that's
deep
全
all
in
然
debt.
information we learned from his route.
Mm-hmm. He got pretty deep in debt, and then he vanished without a trace.
今さらこん
Why
な
do you
こと聞い
suddenly
て
wanna
どうすんだ
You're wrong. That's not what they were like. According to my memories, our parents were busy with work. When they weren't traveling all over the country, they lived in a house they owned in the big city. I was born to a long line of hunters, but although I was the eldest daughter, I wasn't expected to carry on the family legacy. But why was that? Just then, the front door opened and Red Riding Hood walked in.
ただいま戻りました
Mhm.
Mom, Dad, now! Red, where were you?
山へ山菜
I
採り
went
に
to
出
the
かけたの
mountains
です
to
が
pick wild herbs,
思ったより
but
も大
found
量
more
に
than
見
I
つけ
was
ることができ
expecting,
て
hence my delayed return.
帰るのが遅く
It
なって
appears
し
I
まい
no
ました
longer have the right to criticize anyone else for coming home
あなたのことを
late.
厳しく言えませんね
True. What about Kaguya and Gretel?
二人がど
What
うしたん
about
ですか
them?
They were gone when I came back to the house.
え
What?
そんなはず
That
は
can't be right. I asked Kaguya to watch the store while I
私
was
が出かけ
gone.
ている間
He would never
店
break his
番を頼ん
word.
でいたんです
Well, he's not here now. And that's not all. I haven't seen Gretel since this morning. Almost like they vanished off the face of the earth. Why did this world feel so wrong? Where was everyone? Did my memories contradict theirs? I had so many questions and no answers. Eh. Overcome with simmering terror, I dashed outside.
Hey, wait, Reikyu. Reikyu. They have similar voices. This is a
They
mistake
do.
that I made.
Red Riding Hood has more of a direct tone, where Cinderella kind of plays around for a bit.
Yeah, like
so.
they have the same voice but different tones. So
Yeah, exactly. So it works.
yeah.
Something was wrong with the world. As I ran and ran, the path was slowly enveloped in darkness and silence. Where am I?
This feels like a bad ending.
Maybe. I stopped short and looked around. But it was too dark, and I couldn't see any people or buildings. I felt a strange sense of deja vu. It wasn't the first time I felt this deeply mournful presence. Just then, I heard a rustling sound nearby. A dark mass came rushing straight towards me. It was Snow. Ah! Reflexively, I squeezed my eyes shut and braced myself. But no impact came.
Meow.
Timidly, I opened my eyes to find a single black cat sitting at my feet.
Wizard.
Kitty! Oh yeah, wizard. Oh, hi, Kitty. She rubbed up against my leg and meowed. Where did you come from?
Wizard.
Wizard. I knelt down and scratched her chin.
Yeah. Heroine
Hey, little heroine. It's been forever.
It's our first fucking wizard, let's go!
Shame it didn't work out this time. I was so sure you were on the right track.
Us two. Who's there?
I'm the wizard, of course.
Wizard?
Sometimes an ally, sometimes an enemy. A staple archetype in any fantasy.
Enemy spotted. I could hear the owner of the voice moving in the darkness. Stay back! Fearfully, I backed away.
No, relax, would you? I won't bite. And there's nowhere to run.
Susie wrapped around my leg and yanked me down to the ground. A dull impact rippled through my limbs and I grimaced.
Can you feel the pain?
Of course I can feel pain. I'm only human, you know.
Interesting. Good to know. What about emotional pain? Can you feel that?
Obviously. I tried to get up, but for some reason I couldn't summon my strength, so instead I glared up at him from the ground.
Sorry. But the thing is, I can't really feel pain at all.
Are you going to kill me?
Is your powers of intuition are as sharp as attack?
Why?
What point is there in telling you? After all, you're simply going to disappear.
I need to know. If I'm about to die by your hands, then I need to know why.
No.
You see it in movies all the time, right?
Before the villain kills his victim, he explains why he's doing it as a courtesy. That way the victim can accept their death.
そうなの
Nah, I see.
なら
Well then,
メイド
let
の
me
土
talk
産
for
に教
you
えてあげよ
this.
う君は間違
You
っ
made
た
the
選
wrong
択をして
choice.
しまった
Damn it.
君は王
You
子様
couldn't
を
save
救え
your
なかった
prince.
だから
So,
君
now
は
you
こ
must
こで
die
死んで
and try again.
もう一度やり直さなければならない
Alright, let's go.
ゲームと一緒さ
It's just like a video game.
リセット
Hit
ボタ
that
ンを押
reset
して
button and
最
start
初
all
から
over
スタート
again. Or
セーブ
reload
し
a
たと
save
ころから
file
でもいい
if you have one.
Video game? Reload? What are you talking about?
君に与え
Your
られた
role is to
役
be
割
the
は
princess that
王子
rescues the
様を
prince.
救うお姫様になることこれは王子様を
Because
救う
that's
物語
what the story is all about.
だから
You're next, buddy.
王子様を救えな
So
か
the
った
only
場合に
option is to
は
have you try
何度で
and
も
retry
何
over
度で
and
もやり
over
直
and
しても
over
らうし
again
かない
until you can get it right.
Wait, but when I retry, am I still me?
さあ
Who knows?
それは
Even I
僕
don't
に
have
もわ
the
から
answer
ない
to
し
that. And frankly,
俺にとっ
I
て
don't
はどう
care.
でもいいことだ
To be honest, I don't really understand what you're talking about.
そうだろ
Yeah,
うね
I'm not surprised.
But I do understand this. Whoever you are, you're a very tragic man.
かわいそう
Tragic. Me.
僕が
You're acting as someone else's pawn, and you have no say in the matter.
そうだね
You're right. At no
俺
point
は
have I
俺と
ever
いう意
had a
志を
will
最
of
初
my
から持
own.
ち合わせていないでも
But what of it?
そ
His cold hands wrapped around my throat and squeezed hard. I struggled desperately, but the more I fought him, the harder it became to breathe.
Snow White.
Bit by bit, my vision turned scarlet. And he strangled me. As he strangled me, he looked down with me with emotionless eyes. For some reason, despite him literally trying to kill me, I felt no anger or fear. Instead, as I gazed into his empty eyes, all I felt was pity.
これでおしまい
That.
これでいいんだ
That's what
ろ
you wanted, right?
女王様
My queen.
君の言う通
I
り
fulfilled my role.
僕
just
は
as you
僕の
asked.
役割を果たしたよ次こそは
Hopefully,
王子
next
様
time,
を
she'll
救っ
be
てあ
able
げ
to
られる
save
と
her
いいね
prince.
さあ
Now then,
次
let the
こそ
real
は
story
本当の
begin.
物語を始めよ
君はか
You
わいそう
truly
な
are a
やつだ
tragic man.
Hi, Alice.
う君も
You think so too,
同じセリ
huh?
フを言うんだね
君は彼女に
She
最
forced
も
you
嫌な
to
役
take
柄
on
を
the
押し
most
付けられた
unpleasant role of all.
使い勝手で
Inconvenient
困る
one.
うん
That
So-
sounds about right. But it
で
was
も
what she
それが
wanted,
彼女の望みだから
君はそれ
and
で
you're
もいい
fine
の
with
か
that.
もともと
You never cared one way
俺
or
に
the
望みは
other.
なかったからね私には
I
何
had
もなかっ
nothing.
た
But then she came
けれど
along and gave me my role.
彼女が俺に役割をくれた
The
ある
wizard.
時は援助者として
Sometimes an ally,
またある
sometimes
時
an
は敵
enemy,
対者として
the bearer of great
不
and
可侵な
mysterious
力を使うこ
power.
とができる筋書き
They
に
exist
最も
only to
都合の
further
いい
the plot.
存在
Why?
それが
Because
僕
I'm
だ
the wizard.
Hi, wizard.
これは偽物
But
の
this is a
物語
false story. A
Bad
bad
end.
ending. It's not
本当の
canonical.
物語じゃない
Hmm,
そうだな
true.
彼女
The
の
real
物語
story is
は
endlessly
いつも
optimistic in
幸
its
せを目指す
pursuit of a happy ending.
僕は
And
彼女の
helping her
幸せの
achieve
ため
that
のお手伝いを
happiness
しているのさこの子と
with the
一緒に
assistance of my good friend. Hehe,
そうか
I see.
いつか
I hope
君にも
someday a princess
君
will
を救っ
come
て
and
くれる
rescue
お
you
姫様
too.
が現れるといいね。なぜ
Why should I
僕
need
の
a
姫様が
princess?
必要なんだ
Damn.
君があまりにも
Because
かわ
you're
い
the
そう
most
だからだ
tragic
よ。
of all. Hmm.
Fairy tale marks the end.
Yep.
All right, now we pull up a guide.
The Wizard's Roll Part
Wait.
1.
Wizard roll part 1 to the end. Damn.
And that did not unlock memories, which makes sense.
Yeah. All right, so we pulling up a guide for this shit.
I mean, yeah, I think this is gonna be too complicated for us to really guess.
Honestly, I think it's the book. I think we chose the wrong book.
Maybe. We could start there.
Let me look up real quick. Snow Route, Taisho X, Alice, walk through.
Gonna load up that save so we can start there at least and see what happens.
Yeah, I think it is the book. All right, Ultimate Kitten, you never let us down. Yes, ask for his name. Yes, quite easily. Heck yeah. Create save file and tell me what to read to. Yes, no, self-deprecating. This sounds a lot like what we did.
Yeah.
Snow White. Yes, yes, yes. A children's book. But I'm not an only child. Okay, so yes, we did pick the wrong one. The wrong book. We're supposed to pick a children's book.
Ultimate Kitten says to, that's for the bad endings. Never mind. I scrolled down too far.
Yeah.
Not bad.
No, you're fine.
Okay, well, hopefully that's all we need to do to get on the right path. We'll
Yeah,
find out sooner
'cause-
than later.
We'll know if we get the next question, which I'm pretty sure happens at the cafe.
Probably.
I walked to the children's section, pulled a book from the shelf.
We
Fast forward.
speedrunning visual novels go burr.
Brr. At least it's not like, what was the one that we really got stuck on? Was it Cinderella's route?
兄
No, we didn't really get that stuck on Cinderella, despite him being
I know
like the
there's,
first
like,
route.
I know there was like a route where we had to play like 3 different times. It might have been
It was red, yeah.
Oh yeah, we just couldn't figure out what we did wrong. It turns out we just did everything wrong.
I don't think it's that we did everything wrong, is that like when we went back, we then proceeded to make the same like other big choice mistake.
True.
So
アリスちゃんに
hmm.
Mm,
どうして
I mean, it still says previously read, so
Yeah.
not great.
Yeah.
We know if we see the wizard, we need to reload. Hi, Snow. Hi, Alice.
マザコン
Do,
Shirayuki.
do, do.
大丈夫だよ。うちは両親がいる。
Hmm.
And then
Kirei na
checks
hito da.
Cinderella's memories, matches up with hers, but it doesn't.
今さ山へ山菜採りに
Red comes back because reasons.
I'm back to the wizard. Or
Oh, wait, it doesn't say previously read.
yeah, that's weird.
Alright, well, let's read it.
Magic back here.
Something was wrong with the world. As I ran and ran, the path was slowly enveloped in darkness and silence. Where am I? It was too dark. I couldn't see any people or buildings. I felt a strange sense of deja vu. It wasn't the first time I'd felt this deeply mournful presence. Just then I heard a rustling sound nearby, and a dark mass came rushing straight towards me. Ah!
Reflexively, I squeezed my eyes shut and braced myself. But no impact came. Timidly, I opened my eyes to find a single black cat sitting at my feet. Oh, hi, kitty. She rubbed up against my leg and meowed.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey there,
ヒロインちゃん。
little heroine.
Hi! Who's there?
僕は魔法
I'm
使
the
いです
wizard. Yep, got straight to the point.
Oh. Hi, wizard. The... what?
君は選択を間違
You
えた
have made the wrong choices.
彼を
If
救い
you
た
want
い
to
の
save
なら
him, you have to
もう
start
一度やり
over.
直さないと
Start over? What are you talking about all of a sudden?
やっぱり
Yeah,
そう
that's a
思うよ
pretty
ね
common reaction.
ならメイ
Well
ドの
then,
土産だ
allow me to offer you
教えてあげよ
this.
He's getting
Kimi no
really
yaku
straight to the
wa-
point here.
うちょっ
Mhm.
ぴり不思議でいびつ
Your
な
role
物
is to serve us the
語
princess,
ハッピー
guiding
エンド
this
に
strange
導
and
くお姫
twisted
様
tale to its happy ending.
君は王子様の理
You were
想
meant
で
to
ならな
fit
け
the
ればい
princess
けないが
ideals, but you
なれな
failed.
かった
Weezord. I failed.
そうだ
Yes, you did.
Are you sure about
だから
that, wizard?
僕
So
はこ
now,
の物語を
we
な
must
か
make
った
this
こと
story
にする
undone.
His cold hand wrapped around my throat and squeezed hard. I struggled desperately, but the more I fought him, the harder it became to breathe. My vision turned scarlet. I could see his empty eyes staring back at me. For some reason, I felt like my impending death was hurting him most of all. And the thought made my heart ache.
Hmm.
さあ
Now then,
こ
let the
こから
real
本当
story
の物語
begin.
を始めよ
Interesting how that
Okay.
differed.
Yeah, that's true.
Not that we're out here trying to collect all the wizard rules part 2.
I mean, alright, so we know it's more than just the book choice. We know the book choice is one of them, though. So you just want to start from the beginning and we'll just go over every choice? Nuclear option? Because I think the other one might have been Fat Snow. That was like very early in the run. What are you thinking?
Well, actually, it seems like we were supposed to, like, the Fat Snow looking at the choices to make.
Yeah, because it's like, it says yes, then no. So I think Fat Snow was supposed to be part of it.
No, yes, quite easily was Fat Snow and then followed up by Heck Yeah, but when we did it, we didn't say Heck Yeah after.
Oh yeah, we said no, didn't we?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Did we say no to anything in between after saying Snow White before, like, the children's book? Because it seems
Well,
like that
we'll
was
probably
supposed to be a
just do-
sequence of yeses.
we'll probably just do the rest of the story from that point, because we know that our save files are kind of inconsistent when we don't go from a single point and then keep going. Because it's checking for specific flags.
Well, yeah. I think one of the flags is saying yes to those 3 questions in a row before picking the book, though. Because for bad endings, for bad end 1, it's no to all of them.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. So I think having
Yeah,
at
I
least
love that it's
one
like-
no, that's gonna be one of the flags. It has to be all yes.
Oh, I love the fact that bad end 1, we got that, and then it's like repeat above for bad end 2, and then there's like 3 death.
Yeah, since
Repeat
there's
above,
like
repeat above.
6 different like repetitions for the bad ends, I'm not too concerned if we keep getting bad ends, because then we get to see like how the wizard changes his behavior and whatnot. Because
Yeah.
like just from that first one to that second one, that was like different enough too.
Oh yeah.
But anyways, So...
We're missing a question for sure.
It's not your
Or a
Princess
series
Snow
of
White.
questions.
I think it's these ones. Let's see. Okay, we said yes to playing Snowscape. What do we do for the next one?
兄弟たちは
Oh, this is the hands.
昨日泣いたから
We only got one there. Oh, yeah. I guess I can just go back to the saves.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just need to check the answers, what they were, see if there's anyone that wasn't.
Oh
Yes.
yeah. Okay, so you're just checking answers. You're not doing.
We
anything.
put no here.
Oh yeah, this is part of the triple yes, isn't it?
Yeah. So this is probably where we fucked up.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I like it. It gets me a lot of attention, which isn't always fun, but it's a part of who I am. I smiled as I spoke.
At this, he narrowed his eyes slightly.
You're a strong
君
person.
は強いね
You think so?
Yeah.
All right, now
What else?
now we can just put it on skip.
Yep, until the next
初め
choice.
て鏡
All right,
ねえアリス
we'll figure it out. We'll figure out where we fucked up.
I feel like it's mostly gonna be this, to be honest.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
こじつけにも程が
But
I
it-
think we made a very good point for no, though. When we chose this
Yeah,
episode.
like I do understand our logic, but I also get why it's yes too.
But yes, also it's opening game, so logic isn't always the right answer.
So true, especially with this one in
君の勝ち
particular.
だから
Oh yeah.
Like we have a role that we're playing in the game rather
Yeah.
than just dating the boys.
Yeah, we can't be ourselves and date the boys. We have to play our role and date the boys.
Yeah.
He's fine, but he's gonna barf.
別に俺は君が作った
I kind of forgot how like far in between all the choices are.
It's quite a bit. Like
Yeah.
we talked about it before stream, but like there's been so few choices in Snow's route
Mm-hmm.
that I was really worried that if we fucked one of these up, that if we got a bad end, it'd be really hard to like figure it out, and not to mention just the amount of time it'd take just to skip through all the dialogue.
Yeah.
あ
I mean, it's going relatively fast because this is like where we were at the beginning of the
Keith, huh?
stream.
Yeah,
あ
more or less.
グレー
Gretel messing.
タクしょそりゃそうです
Yeah, I
よ
guess we still don't know where Gretel is, huh?
味覚障害と一口
I mean, Kaguya and Gretel.
他に
Yeah,
も
both of them.
Both of
Hmm.
them are just
少ない
kind
ですが
of in the ether.
I wonder if those two like return
God.
too as part of like the good ending.
Probably.
こうやっ
We
て
don't really care about good endings unless we have to get all the bad
なんか
endings
よくわか
for unlocking Wizard
What?
route.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we have to be honest.
遊びに
We'll figure that out. Actually, I'll just look it up right now. See if we have to unlock Wizard route.
Fair enough.
Because we have time right now anyway.
Yeah, we definitely have time right now.
Okay. Good news. There is a condition to get the wizard's story to unlock. You
Mhm.
want the good news?
サイドアップに
Is it the good ending?
Yes, one of it is the good ending. You want to know what the other condition is?
伝統的な家だった
At least one of the bad endings, which we already got.
Oh, okay, cool.
彼女たち
So
は
we're good.
いつか素敵
So
な
nothing but good news all around.
私は彼のためあ
I was like,
私
if it makes us do all fucking 6 bad
Go, man.
endings, fuck this game, man.
白いよ
Like, yes, it's probably necessary for, like, lore.
Yeah.
I don't give that much of a shit about it. We'll figure out all the lore that we need
Yeah.
when we fucking do the wizard route.
Yeah.
God, this is so long.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we were like, what, 2 hours in? 2.5 hours in?
I mean, it's 2.5 hours in now, excluding the... Well, including the 15-minute starting
God
scene.
damn.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Snow White's here. He's gonna give us the riddle that definitely the answer is a dream.
Oh yeah, this choice.
Let's see.
Okay, we did pick yes for this. At least.
Yeah, because this is like the last of the triple yes, right?
Yeah. So hopefully that's
Yeah, so-
all we need to do. And then we'll pick the children's book.
And then we have some other choices which we do not know about yet.
Yeah.
But because I can see the entire walkthrough,
Yeah.
I know what they are. I'm guessing you're looking too, so.
Yeah.
Children's book!
Oh, I didn't realize it already popped up. That was fast.
Yeah, between the snow warming our hands and the children's book, it pops up really fast.
Yeah. Jump scare.
Mother jump scare, mother the raven hair.
Given the choice that we have to pick for the choice after that, if we do get it this time, I feel like it's gonna be here in the cafe. It'd be
Yeah,
weird to
like
be
almost
anywhere
immediately when
else.
she says you're an only child.
Yeah.
全部おいしい
Nope, it already passed it. Because now they're just
No,
going
not
through
yet.
the,
Or
No, she says it right at the beginning because she's
Right.
like, oh, I wonder why my brothers aren't here. And then mother goes, oh, silly, you're an only child.
yeah, true.
ちょっと
Hmm. I guess I'll keep this auto playing though.
アリスちゃんに
Get that extra wizard bad ending.
I don't think we can get the third ending for this one.
I think
Let's save
この家
file.
に
as long as we keep getting it, we'll get the next wizard's roll part, as far
私
as
は
I can tell. Because we didn't
Oh.
do a mirror either for part.
So I think I know the last one we fucked up on.
Oh,
We
yeah.
asked him if he hates anything, and that's one of the requirements for the bad ending.
Oh. Hmm.
Because we didn't tell him we like to read too.
Yeah.
大丈夫だよ。うちは両親がい
Also, we might want to check Fat Snow. Back-to-back questions there, just to make sure we pick the right ones.
Well, the guide
Because-
says to create
Yeah, it
save
sounds
file
like we
one
need to-
after those choices, so those choices probably don't matter that much. And then you would like
probably-
load from
that's
there,
probably
and
true.
then you pick those choices to get bad endings.
Okay, we might have bad end 3 now.
Yeah.
Something was wrong with the world. As I ran and ran, the path was slowly enveloped in darkness and silence. Where am I? But it was too dark. I couldn't see any people or buildings. That's definitely new.
Mm-hmm.
I felt a strange sense of deja vu. It wasn't the first time I felt this deeply mournful presence. Just then, I heard a rustling sound nearby. A dark mass came rushing straight towards me. Ah! Reflexively, I squeezed my eyes shut and braced for impact. But no impact came. Timidly, I opened my eyes to find a single black cat sitting at my feet. Oh, hi, kitty.
She rubbed up against my leg and meowed. Oh, okay, he's just going for the direct kill this time.
I was like just thinking to myself, it's like it would be funny if one of these bad endings he just like straight up has a gun and shoots us.
Yeah. Just as I bent down to pet her, something slammed into me from behind. Next thing I knew, it felt like my back was on fire. I slowly turned around to find a man standing over me, dressed all in black. For some reason, his empty eyes made my heart ache.
With a strong sense of self, even the darkness cannot consume you. But we don't need duplicate characters in our story, so I must clear the captured pieces from the board.
So this is Kingdom Hearts. I mean,
Now then, let the real story begin.
Everything just comes back to Kingdom Hearts, man. Part 3.
We...
He killed us again.
Yep.
Alright, let's go back to when we're asking about what he likes.
Yeah.
What he hates.
That's the 5th choice we've ever made.
I think so. Yeah, I recognize the CG.
Mm-hmm.
Tell him you like to read too.
We...
Me too.
So
what?
His chilly response nearly made my heart freeze over. See, this is what we were trying to avoid last time, but
Yeah.
apparently it's the right answer. Oh, I know. Is there anything you can't stand? Okay, so
Apparently led back into that anyways, I see.
it led back into it, but it's still the wrong answer. What? I hastily switched to a better question. Yeah, because it was the first question we had.
Here we go.
Sometimes with this game, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Yes.
まあ、彼とは確かに
We were right about his self-deprecating smile, though,
Yeah.
which is what I'm glad about.
Mm-hmm. Man, what?
Alright.
Okay, there we go. Of course, no.
Oh, that's what we said no to? That makes sense.
Yeah. Do you think he's a loser? Imagine if he had to say yes.
Do you think this nerd is a loser? Check yes. Absolutely. Definitely. And then no.
I guess it makes sense that those choices would matter since they're like so close to each other, and that's uncommon here.
And they're more importantly questions about snow.
Yeah.
Oh. I'm just like, man, do I go get some snacks? How much longer do we have of this? Because really, we don't have that much longer if we're just going by the number of choices.
Yeah, it's just going to take a while to skip through it, even though it's skipping.
Exactly, that's it. Like, we're almost done here. And then because we did what we normally do and fucked it up the first time, we have Wizard's Root. Ayy.
I think definitely out of curiosity, like next week I want us to get like the rest of the bad endings for Snow's route just to see how it progresses.
I mean, we're already 3 in.
Yeah, so it wouldn't take us long to do that.
And a lot of them are just press death.
Well, I think it's just to keep repeating it enough times despite like what I was saying about like other choices. Actually,
that's where it says bad ending 1 is after you just get the wrong one.
If you load save file 2 at the last question, you reply a
なん
mirror,
なら
it gets the next bad. I think.
Okay,
think
but we
this
did
just
get part
gives-
2 and part 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think this is just like the fastest way to get these endings. That's
Yeah.
it. So as long as we keep fucking it up.
But also since like those other ones, I think since it's telling you to like load save file 2, also like I think maybe since that's like for the choice for right before the happy ending, we could probably just use that load to
I was gonna
get
say,
those bad
I feel like the
endings.
choice is like the final choice is the fastest way to get a bad ending.
Yeah, of course.
So no wonder they just want you to relive save file 2.
And
Over
honestly,
again.
seeing what the choices are, I'm pretty sure I know what the question's gonna be.
別にいいのよ
Yeah, what is the answer to Snow's riddle?
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Where are we?
アリスすごい
Yeah, this is gonna take a
初めて
century.
見た時からレース
I'm gonna go
So?
get a quick snack.
Okay.
I'll have my headphones on, so yell at me if a
そうだ
new thing pops up and I need to run back up here.
Okay.
いらっしゃい
大きい
I guess means Harmony, that
今
freaking cover.
本当よかった
Mel chatters, what do you guys think of what's happening? The happenings.
おかえりなさいわかりますは絶世の美人がつだま うわ
No, but like actually, what do you guys think? I'm curious if you guys have any thoughts.
さあだったら
はい
This one is weird. Yeah, so true. Not the weirdest Gretel, but it's weird. Yeah. Gretel's definitely the weirdest.
別に
It's not
心
even
配
a competition, though. Though I guess maybe the wizard might steal that crown depending on where his goes. Though I guess it'd be kind of hard to beat incest regardless.
そうでしょた私にはよくはなんでと言われ彼女が
お前はあいつにし
俺は
あいつがいないことだったら
Nikki turns out to be the wizard or vice versa, therefore making the route self-cessed. Oh dear.
おはよ
I don't think that's gonna happen.
う要はゲームのように
Probably not, but it would top the weirdness of Gretel's route. True, it would. Snow White.
君と出会ってこれから君は兄弟た
昨日泣いた謎かけか
漁師だって
人ごと
ねえ 彼女はどうしたんですかお前
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I've been crowned.
Yes.
僕
Anyway, I had some thoughts about the wizard route.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, no, to-
so we know from the first bad ending that he said it, something along the lines like he got his friend mixed up in
さ
it.
て
I think Ricky's the
な
friend
んで
Yeah.
because he's like,
Mazui.
I made my own friend
そうですね
relive this thing over and over again just to help some queen.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he's starting to feel a little bit of remorse for it.
いや
But yeah, if we're talking about straight up weirdness of the roots,
彼
Gretel's
とは
100%.
Oh yeah, definitely.
来るとは思ってなかったそうだけど
It would take a lot to top
いろ
Gretel's
いろ
root.
聞いたよ
Yeah.
And I mean a lot.
初めて彼と出会ったどうだろうインフェリオリってかどんな自分でも
Like, I'm talking, Wizard needs to come out as a fucking axe murderer, and he keeps killing his friend over and over again and make it canon part of the
I
story. To top
それは
Gretel weirdness.
I mean, with this game, that's not an impossibility. Not gonna lie.
I know. That's why I said it.
逆が
Oh dear.
イーさんと
Anyway, I'm back.
そういう
Yes, you are.
I got some yogurt and then I crushed Oreos into it.
Nice.
おお本人に
So how's the boys?
They're boying.
Mm. That's good.
君は
If they stop boying, then I'll be concerned.
Yeah. Yeah.
初めて鏡ゆねえアリスきっと
Your turn to take care
Okay,
of
so we-
chat. I'll be right
こじ
back.
つけにも程が
No problem.
恋するこ
Hi, chat.
Yeah.
That sounds good. It is good, spooky. It's even better because instead of having like one of those pre-made
アップ
like
ル
ones that kind of you get like the tiny cup from the store, and it has like the top full of
ちょ
Oreos.
っとくらい
All I did was go buy a packet of Oreos, buy an entire jug of yogurt, so I can make multiples of them. And in the serving size that I would actually eat it at.
違うんだずっと
Quickly, while Saki is gone, do something silly with what? Wait. I'm waiting.
余計な
I mean, if you're wondering why the game is still going, it's because it's on skip, and it's going to take us a while to get to the next choice anyway. So you probably just left it on.
If you want something silly to happen with my model, there are redeems, spooky, and you know it.
えあ
I'm back, obviously.
あ
Welcome back.
Thank you.
まあ
Yes, I know you're making a
Ah.
reference, spooky.
Oh.
ひいさんいあグレーテ
No, Gretel.
たくしょうそりゃそうですよ味覚障害と一口
I kind of want to look back at your initial
Okanimo.
impression of Gretel, because I think you, like, really liked
Tsukunai
Gretel
desu
at
ga.
first, and that's why you decided to
I-
voice him.
なんか
Yeah, I was like, I want to voice Gretel because he looks cool and interesting, and then he turned into a fucking psychopath. And I was like, I don't want to voice Gretel
なん
anymore.
かよくわかんない
He's scared and he's
Ima wa-
sister crazy.
Massive sister complex.
遊びに来
Design-wise, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Personality, oh
it
no.
leaves a lot to be desired.
Mhm.
At least Kaguya was a good pick. Right?
Yeah, just amnesia and self-hatred. And that is something I can deal with pretty easily.
ごめんなさい
I do find it funny that, like, we managed to perfectly split characters kind of based off of how they were separated for the episodes.
Yeah, and all we did was just look at, like,
いつ
a
か
list
素
of
敵
characters and be like, okay, who do we want to voice? That guy looks good, that looks guy looks good. Okay.
私は幸せ
Well, if you get that guy, I'm getting this guy.
あ
It just happened to work out like that.
Yeah.
あ気に入った
I guess the moth.
Oh no, the giant moth. Sorry, I saw the giant moth and I immediately had Etrian Odyssey flashbacks because the first enemy you fight is a fucking butterfly.
I see.
And those aren't the ones that give me the nightmares. It's the poison variant on the very next floor.
Hmm.
Because you don't have any good ways to deal with poison, and poison's very OP early game.
Oof.
君が作った
So much so I used it as a main strat to kill most of the first.
Fair enough.
Yes, of course we feel warmer. Snow is warming us with his icy breath.
He's trying his best, damn it.
I know. Well, it's not like his hands are warm, so of course he's like, well, my breath must be warm.
He is wearing gloves, though. Gotta pun those to her.
Well, also, he tried to warm Reiku up with his hands before, and she's just like, oh man, they're so icy.
Yeah.
Children's book. He's just like his mother.
No.
I mean, Do you have plans today? No. Let's go to the cafe. Okay. Oh, here we go. Come on.
全部
Okay, she passed the only child, so it's not here. Or if it is, it's gonna be way later.
We'll find out, I guess.
ちょっとアリスちゃんに
Snow gets choked like a bitch.
Yeah.
どうしてって私は
It could also be like the mother is rejecting her role in this story, and she might actually be Arisu's mom.
Maybe.
Oh wait, no, Alice confirms.
Well, I don't think him saying flesh and blood is a confirmation of, like, blood relation.
大丈夫だよ
Because, like, if this is all, like, Snow's dream, then that would be a reason for her to be flesh and blood, too.
一人で留守番するとき
So what you're saying is more like instead of a real person, it's more like Snow's reflection of himself
Maybe.
that took on the mother role. Oh, anyway.
This is gonna be a long night.
This is gonna be a long night. Something was wrong with the world. As I ran and ran, the path was slowly enveloped in darkness and silence. Where am I? So it turns out everything before creating save file 1 is important, apparently.
That, or maybe the wizard wants us to, like, press start, because he kept emphasizing start over when he was talking to us.
Maybe. But it was too dark, and I couldn't see any people or buildings. The thing is, I would say yes, but also at the same time, we've never had to do like a full nuclear reset
Yeah.
on any other route that wasn't voluntarily done to just get the right answers.
Mm-hmm.
I felt a strange sense of deja vu. Again, for the 4th time tonight. It wasn't the first time I'd felt this deeply mournful presence. Oh, a kitty! But the moment I came to a stop, I heard a light whooshing sound.
Arrow?
Next thing I knew, I was lying on my back on the ground. My vision was red and my chest was burning hot. Yep, sounds like an arrow.
Oh, he bothered to show his face again, though. In the form of a CG.
Someone was looking down at me. I tried to reach out to him, but my body refused to cooperate. He raised his foot and stomped down on my hands.
Damn.
The pain rendered me unable to speak.
Sayonara.
Farewell. May you find
次の
happiness
物語
with your
で
prince in the next story.
王子様を幸せにできるといいね。
Damn! The last thing I heard was his hollow, emotionless voice.
Weezord.
Wizard, no!
Okay.
The wizard's a bad guy.
Mm.
Well, on the bright side, we might not have to do that. Get all bad endings before next stream.
I'm gonna press start because like we might as well start from the beginning. Let's see where it throws us.
Might as well.
Okay, yeah. So we can't pick
Introduction, snow, and that's
Yeah.
it.
I mean, it makes sense, but it's still kind of interesting to see that the wizard's absent.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Can you imagine if they put like when you hit auto read, it just has it has just like a voice just trying to read the entire thing super fast, just like
it would definitely be special.
it'd be interesting. Maybe like I'm gonna turn voice effects down to 0.
Yeah.
あなたは
Like, it would be funny for like the first 5 minutes, maybe, but
その辺にして
Because I'm pretty sure we said no to fat snow instead of heck yeah.
yeah.
Because we thought it was like Reikyu imposing the will of I want a fat grit. I want a fat snow.
Yep.
That being said, if we want a little bit of laughter in this little escapade, we could just stop.
あなた
We
に好き
could unskip and just read the fat snow dialogue again.
じゃあ
I'm okay.
しょうがない
Sort of like what happens when you fast forward on VCR. Exactly,
どないし
Spooky.
た
Where eventually it just sounds like squeaking because it's just like it's going so fast.
ビンゴじゃありませんよくはありません
Red,
Red.
red, red, red.
Goodness.
そうだ
Actually, speaking of Red,
真っ白な
I was
姿
thinking about it like earlier about like something that is different about like Red's route compared to everyone else's is like for past instances of
地べたと
like moments that happened in the past.
Oh, we didn't ask him his name.
Yeah, apparently. But moments that happened in the past in Red's route were like mirrored, and that wasn't really a thing in the other ones as much.
Oh, right. His like past events were mirrored.
Or maybe it was the case for everyone else, unless it was like a direct flashback to something that happened in the game.
Well, the thing is, we didn't see any of the places from Cinderella's flashbacks.
I guess
Well, I guess we-
Cinderella is
we
different,
get
a little different, because like he's the most normal, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, but they weren't flipped, which is interesting that you point that out.
Yeah, and then like something that's happening here in Snow is when it's like mirrored, is when it's Reikyu talking to Huntsman too, which is what we're assuming is like actually reality.
Huh.
And if they're going to heal undiagnosed neurological trauma, that would be in their actual past rather than what's happening in the dream.
Yeah.
So, just some food for thought. Oh yeah, let's ask for his name this time.
Oh, it's Snow White. We know this. Oh, right, the characters, right. Could I ask you for your name? If you wouldn't mind.
やだ
No.
Smart. Rejected in less than a second. What do you mean, no? In that instance, all my hopes and dreams were destroyed. Let's go. As I stood there perplexed, he glanced over at me.
Snow White.
What?
俺は
My
白
name
雪
is Snow White.
白い雪と
Snow
書いて
White.
白雪
Snow White? What a perfect name for a prince. This is all it took to breathe life back into my shattered heart. The name Snow White fits his aesthetic to a T. Clearly his mom was a genius.
Prince.
Unfortunately, he was more interested in the minor details. Oh, it's a nickname I used to refer to you. I answered hesitantly as he fixed me with a dubious look.
うん
Hmm.
With that, he looked away. Does it bother you?
好きに呼べば
Knock yourself out.
Yay! I think he means literally.
Yeah.
Permission obtained.
そっちのか
Yay, we did it.
That does make me feel better that we messed up more than just the heck yeah option. To be honest.
I told you, sometimes we just have to go full nuclear
Yeah,
and
of
just
course.
start from the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, mother.
Mumther.
Your silver hair
外の世
and
界
the
は
boots with the fur.
ああ
Anyway, I'm gonna go run
some-
this bull down
そんな白玉を
for our next option.
Yeah, we have time.
さすがぼ
Man.
So-
別にいいよ君の兄弟にだよ
あ、いや、
Hi. Anyway, since we have time,
Mm-hmm.
and feel free not to answer if you want to keep it a secret from
そう
chat, but what's your game schedule look like in the foreseeable future?
What do you
Yo.
mean?
Like, I'm just interested in like what games are you planning on playing?
だったら
I mean, a lot of it is pretty straightforward. Like,
俺
right now we're doing, for like tomorrow's gonna be filler,
What are the
but
jobs?
still more science adventure series. So,
変わったことね
even though we started with Steins Gate and then did
Nani
Chaos
order?
Head, which is reverse, after both is supposed to be robotics notes, so we'll be doing that next Saturday.
遊ぶ
Okay.
And then after that, Day Robotics, Notes Dash, which is like not mainline game, but since that we're doing the other robotics notes, it just makes sense
これ
to
は
do them back to back.
so- Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And then after that, Chaos Child, because that's the next science adventure game series.
Oh god.
And
There's
then,
so many.
I mean, sort of, because like after Chaos Child, then it's gonna be Anonymous Code, which came out literally this year.
これはいら
Oh, okay. So it's
Yeah.
an ongoing series.
Because there's technically Occultic 9 too, but Occultic 9 never got made into a visual novel. It's just a light novel series.
彼の見た目は
I think it's yes.
Yeah, yes, quite
Yes, quite
easily.
easily.
お腹が空いたぶ
Oh, we said both here. Cause
Well, we picked the heck yeah first, hoping it would give us more content, and then it didn't, so then we went back.
then we were like, no.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, since it's not giving us more funny content, we'll go back and pick what we actually want to pick. So.
Oh,
Anyways.
I pumped my fist. Who cares about a little chub? Not me. If anything, it's super cute. Take seals and pandas, for example. They got plenty of padding, but they're still adorable. Same goes for my prince. I guess in a weird way, it did give you more funny content.
I mean-
True. Anyway,
A really long-winded joke, for sure.
I shook away the image in my mind. There we go. I guess the big reason I asked is
Oh.
because Apollo Justice trilogy just came out,
Mm.
and I was wondering if you would like to do Ace Attorney at some point.
真面目な顔
I mean, yes,
そうだ
but I'm not sure when.
Okay.
Because, like, you did gift me it, so it's gonna happen eventually.
Well, it's also I'm like trying to figure out like what I
Hmm.
want to do with Ace Attorney too. So it's like, ugh,
That's fair.
because I know it's a series I'm eventually gonna have to get to on stream because I replayed every couple years or so.
Mm.
最近
And I really like the Apollo Justice
Ah, okay.
game, so now that it's out in its own trilogy, I'm like, maybe I should just get both.
That's fair.
どうやって
Like, I know I was, like, kind of thinking after I'm done with Danganronpa to do Ace Attorney, but, like, that...
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah,
ね
like, keep the
I-
murder mysterying on Thursday.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm. And while we're almost done with Danganronpa 2, like, I think Peachy and I kind of settled to do Ultra Despair Girls after and then V3, so that pushes Ace Attorney till maybe not even till next year, now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hiragi, you and Aqua are doing Apollo Justice right now.
Well, that makes sense because it just came out.
Yeah.
I have to run to the bathroom quick, so I'll be right back.
Okays.
うん君は
Me.
来るけど
白雪
あの後 別にねえ、やっぱり正直よくわからないし、とりあえずわかった。君の瞳、褒めたら王子様は彼女は君の瞳、せやで焦げた風
怖い。
じゃあ
それは
そうだね、安いね。
こっち。
Yeah, indeed.
What? 別にいいのよ。
He's really meant to select that redeem? Yeah. Hydrate. Ah, I see.
すごい。で、そう。
You don't know how you clicked that, but you did. I see, I see. Well, I almost misspoke and said misclacked instead of clicked, so you know. We're both doing great here.
Oh, おかえりなさい。わかります。
Welcome back.
だって考えてみ。
But yeah, there's a lot of people doing the Apollo Justice trilogy right now because it literally just came out this week, so it does not surprise me.
Yeah.
さあ。だったら。いいこと。
Anyway, how's reliving all of the memories with snow?
I mean, it's going pretty fast, so.
Yep, that how memory be. Oh my god, could you imagine if memories played out in real time? Holy shit, we waste so much time thinking about the past.
I mean, I guess it's not impossible for them to take place in real time. Kind of depends.
Yeah, I guess it does depend on like what type of memory it is, if you're trying to remember all the details associated with it.
Yeah.
And then more importantly, if you're like saying your memory to someone to try to piece it together.
Mm-hmm.
彼女が。
お前はあいつにし。
俺は。
だったら。
Yeah, after we do the epilogue, so like date up Alice, did you want to do Heads or Tails, like the second game? And then we can like date Wolf and the Huntsman too.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And then after that, I'm not sure what to do with my Friday slot.
Yeah, that's what I was looking too, because I was like me trying to bring up like,
Yeah,
hey, we
yeah.
could do Phoenix right after this if you wanted to. But like, I think it makes better sense to have it on Thursday because it's like your mystery day.
I mean, it's not my only mystery day. I wouldn't say the Science Adventure series is not without mystery and Zero Escape. So,
And then you also have 999 too,
yeah,
which is Saturdays, I think.
Sundays.
Sundays.
君と出会ってこれから
I knew it was a weekend. I forgot which weekend day it was.
兄弟たち
Yeah,
の
that's fine.
Get-
I know I can usually show up for them, so I figured it was like either late
昨日
Saturday
泣い
or
た
Sunday.
Yeah,
Not
it's
so
Sunday.
Yeah, Sunday fun day.
It is
Oh
kind
my
of
god, Wizard walked.
ねえ彼女は
it is kind of
Oh,
interesting
sorry.
to think back on like how my
Those
schedule
times,
has like changed over time though,
お前
Yeah.
because like I've like gradually added more days to my schedule too, because I used to stream just Saturday and Sunday, and then I added more days and then more days and
Yeah,
more
now
days.
it's like at least 3 days on a
さて
weekday and then 1 weekend day.
なんで
No, I stream 5 days a week, and if Aeon remembers when Wednesdays are, I'll be streaming pretty much every day except for Tuesday.
Damn.
Yeah,
どうしたの
I mean, good for you.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at my schedule. I'm like, I have no consistency because I just play whatever I feel like that day.
That's fair.
彼と
It's
は
really hard to tell like what day of the week I'm going to be up for a certain game.
Mm-hmm.
そうだけど
But I don't know. I feel like having some sort of consistency would help.
Yeah.
初めて彼と出会っ
Monday is like the big RPG
たどうだ
day.
ろう
Tuesday is like an art day or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
インフェリ
And
オリ
then maybe game a little bit afterwards.
どんな
It's
自
gonna
分
be
で
like
も
Monster World or something, like a shooter or something.
Mm-hmm.
Something kind of low key that's not very story driven.
あいつも
And then there's me with all my story-driven
Sorry.
games.
Oh, trust me, I'm in the same boat. I picked up like so many RPGs,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not just storytelling, but also just grinding out levels to make the party stronger.
私も
Like I just
So
finished
you-
Kingdom Hearts 1, and I
Mhm.
picked up Kingdom Hearts 2 at some point,
Yeah.
おお
and I'm like, you know, it'd be fun. I beat Kingdom Hearts 2 before. Let's play on critical mode. So I'm like, I want to do a critical all KH games critical run, which is definitely doable because I looked at some of the bonuses they give you for doing critical runs.
初めて鏡
Mm-hmm.
They give you so much.
ねえアリス
Like I think Roxas starts with like 6 abilities in Kingdom Hearts 2.
Nice.
こじつけにも程が
KH3D especially wants you to play on critical.
Mm.
They give Sora 3 critical only abilities and then like 8 extra abilities on top of that just to start the game.
Well then.
アップル
Then Sora starts with like 50 AP and then a soldier's earring equipped, which gives him up to like 64 AP. So you can equip all those skills they gave you for basically free.
That's cool.
And then if you clear KH3 on critical, you get access to the Oblivion Keyblade,
Nice.
which is a Keyblade that's been around since Kingdom Hearts 1 and is a fan favorite.
違うんだ
KH's Dream Drop Distance definitely didn't want you to play on critical mode.
余計な
It's not going to be as hard as KH2's critical mode. KH2 is still just like slightly tougher just because of how KH2 is.
Mm.
But
突
in
然
order
俺
for
の
me to play critical mode on Dream Drop Distance, I have to clear the game once. So I'm doing that off stream right now, and it's like, ugh.
up
Fair.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Dream Drop Distance is not a long game. It's actually one of the shorter cage
He's,
games,
Hmm.
so that helps. It's just like knowing that I'm gonna have to go
Great.
back through this on critical anyway,
たく
kind of defeating my drive to do
Sure.
it.
Hmm.
そりゃそうですよ。味覚障害と一口他に
On the
も
bright side, I'm learning some tips and tricks that I can
少ない
use
です
in my
が
critical playthrough, so
好感
not
度
all bad.
Freaking saw the bro man as it scrolled by.
Yeah, the bro
なん
man.
かよくわか
Bro
ん
man points. Oh, red.
I mean, red does have bro man points.
So true.
遊びに来
And now it's time for the dress up party.
Yup.
Let's see, what else am I doing? Digimon Stories Cyber Sleuth, because I want to play Hacker's Memory.
Mhm.
So another heavy multi-hour RPG where I have to grind off stream. Is there one more? I feel like there's one more.
あら
I'm glad that I don't have to grind off stream for Nep anymore.
私の
Yeah.
実
I only
家
had to do that for
Oh.
the first Rebirth game, which is nice. Only the first one. Everything else smooth sailing.
彼女たちは
That's right. I started enough one playthrough that I'll probably never get back to.
私は彼の
It's
Not because I wasn't liking the story, it's just that they're such grind-heavy
Yes.
games.
Mm-hmm.
ああ気に入った
Let's see, what else I have?
私に
I guess Dave the Diver isn't very grind-heavy. It's just, you know, gotta set aside time to play that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been on a world kick because that's been gaining popularity again, and also like I just want to get to Iceborne content.
私は
お願い
But yeah, I finished cassette B, so that's it's off.
君が作った
Once I can beat Cyber Sleuth, I'll be playing Hacker's Memory most likely, because it has my favorite little Scrimblow in it. No joke. They took the they took like the silent protagonist route
Mm.
from
それは
the original Cyber Sleuth, where the sleuth is just kind of like, you know, an action hero, but as a silent protagonist. And they kind of just made Keisuke just like a real guy. Like he has a lot more personality than the sleuth does. But like I don't mind either one of their characters. I just think Keisuke is more of his own character than like player self-insert,
I mean,
which is nice to see. I mean,
全部おいし
considering I'm calling one of them the sleuth and the other one by their name, you should
Yeah.
tell which one I
yeah.
have better memories with.
Mhm.
I guess the sleuth's name is like Aiba, but it's because they have two genders. It's
Ah.
like Takumi and
ちょっと
Ami Aiba, but their last name is Aiba, so people just tend to call them Aiba.
アリスちゃんに
Anyway, Stowe's about to get the life choked out of him again.
Yep.
どうして
How many times must we torture this boy,
彼女
Sakyu?
こそ
Hopefully this is the last time.
Hopefully. It should be.
私は
We followed the guide from the very beginning this time.
We did everything right, but according to this guy, stop trying to kill our boy.
うるさい
白雪
大丈夫だようちは両親が綺麗な人だったまと
So how's things?
今さら
There it is. Why don't your parents expect you to take over the family business?
Because I'm not an only child.
Yeah. Because, like, as you're approaching this, it's like, wait, maybe that question is, like, about, like, remembering about Huntsman.
Yeah. Next, I thought about Snow White's riddle. He seemed to have noticed that something was wrong with the world. And he made a few comments that suggested he knew what was happening to me too. He said he would lead me on the right path if I lost my way. If something that doesn't make sense, it's something that doesn't make sense, something anyone may possess, the moment you attain it, it ceases to exist. Anyone can have it, but when you open your eyes, it vanishes without a trace. Yeah, it's like, we were on the right track. It's dreams, because once you attain your dreams, that's just reality.
Yeah.
So what was the answer?
Create a save slot.
Tell me!
The answer is create a save slot. I'm gonna have like a space there so I can remember what it's there for.
Okay.
I'll also lock it.
I mean, we still have pages 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, so...
I said to remember what it's there for, not because we need spaces. But anyways, a dream.
Death! Oh, right, a dream.
Death is for next week when we're getting more wizard endings out of curiosity.
Why didn't I realize it sooner? Snow White had been giving me hints all along. Riddles in a world that didn't make sense. People vanishing. Contradicting memories. They all pointed to one thing. Cinderella. But right as I called out to him, something wrapped itself around my throat and started to squeeze.
どうした？
What's wrong?
Unable to bear it, I collapsed to the floor and started choking. Desperate to get air in my lungs, I clawed at my throat and my fingers touched something slimy. Goosebumps shot up my arms. Acting on instinct, I flung it away. Timidly, I looked over to see what it was and found a black silk cord lying there. A cord? Confused, I reached out to pick it up.
Don't.
It's a snake.
Mm-hmm.
Cinderella grabbed me by the shoulder and pulled me towards him. What? Turns out that cord was actually a snake. Plot twist. It raised its head and looked at me with its soulless black eyes. Oh, hi, wizard.
お前は下がってろ。
Stay behind me.
Cinderella commanded as he moved to shield me. Big brother! Slowly, he approached the snake. Enough. Just then,
ただいま戻りました。
I'm home.
Red Riding Hood walked in through the front door. Hey, good, we can have the animal expert deal with this now. Ah! Fortunately, the snake took this as its cue to escape. Oh, thank God.
What's going on?
Red looked at us and furrowed his brow in confusion.
And there was a damn snake.
ヘビ
A snake
今は
in the
冬で
middle
す
of winter?
Yeah, I know. Weird, right?
ああ
Oh,
So
right.
yes.
I forgot about that.
Huh. A rotten apple pie, a moth, and now a snake.
Looks at the wizard.
The one thing these three had in common was poison.
Are moths poisonous?
Good question. I'm pretty sure that there are poison moths, but let's see. Poison moths. The hemlock moth, also known as the defoliating hemlock moth or poison hemlock moth, is a nocturnal moth species of the family Depressidaridae of Palearctic origin. It was first found in North America in 1973 when it was accidentally introduced. Fun.
Fun.
あれ
Very cute.
その
What
首
happened
どう
to
した
your
んですか
neck?
Huh? Hey, so I look in the mirror. There I could see a dark red mark around my neck. Well, yeah, I was choking you.
Yeah.
What is that? It's a choke mark, honey.
It's a bruise.
Poison apples, a poison comb, a silk bodice lace. These all pointed to one particular fairy tale. Snow White. A fairy tale in which the princess is endlessly harassed by her mother disguised as an old woman. One by one, all the pieces fell into place. Just then, I realized someone was staring at me from inside the mirror. I locked eyes with my reflection. Skin as white as snow. Lips and cheeks as red as an apple. And bright, shiny hair. And I found myself wondering, is that the real me? For some reason, I was sure it had to be someone else entirely. Mirror, mirror, on the wall, whose reflection do you hold? Subconsciously, I found myself reciting the words. It's me, said my reflection.
All right.
Oh, what? Huh?
Hospital room.
Hey, I heard a lot about you from my older brother. And based on everything you told me, I can tell you're a really great guy. I always wanted to meet you and talk to you. And my brother wants to see you too, even if he won't admit it. Say, what are you dreaming about? Can you hear my voice? You may have chosen to sleep forever, but you're still in there. So as long as my words can reach you, that's all I need. 6 years ago, you peered into a magic mirror. And when you discovered the truth, the painful emotions and memories became too much for you to bear. So you went to sleep instead. You were too kind. You were too pure. And now you're trapped in an endless nightmare. But I'm going to heal you. Just wait for me. I pressed through the forest and arrived at the lakeshore where I found Snow White sitting on the pier like always. Snow White! Beneath the moonlight, his ghostly pale face slowly turned to look at me.
その様子だと
Looks like you found the answer.
答えが分かったみたいだね。
Yeah, I think so. I answered vaguely.
自信がない
You're
んだ
not sure?
Not really. I guess I don't have any solid reasoning. And even if I'm right, I can't possibly believe it. I just have so many questions.
でも
Still. I was
君な
hoping
ら
you'd
気づく
figure
と
it
思っ
out.
てたよ。
You wanted me to notice for a long time now, haven't you?
That's why you kept giving me hints. Sorry it took me this long. He smiled faintly. What?
君は
You two really are alike.
本当によく似てるなと思って。
Me? And your friend?
そうだよ。
Yeah.
初めて君
When
に
I
出会っ
first
た
met
時、
you, I knew right
すぐ
away.
に分かったよ。写真でしか見
I'd
たこと
only
な
ever
かっ
seen
たけど、
photos from when you were a kid, but I
幼い
recognized
時の
those
姿しか
gemstone
知らな
eyes.
かったけど、 君は
And you stole my
一緒
heart
に
in an
俺の
instant.
心を。俺は
The truth is, I wanted nothing more than to see you in person.
君に会いたかったんだ。
Just then, his body slumped sideways. Snow White! I rushed to catch him before he fell. Snow White! Snow White! But he didn't respond. He appeared to be unconscious. I touched his forehead, but didn't feel a fever. Quite the contrary. He's freezing! I took off my coat and draped it over him. Then I loosened his collar so he could breathe more easily. Wrapped around his pale neck was a bright pink mark, almost like he'd been strangled with something. What is this?
Rikyu.
He,
どうかしましたか
his mother tied the ribbon on too tight.
What happened?
Right on cue, Cinderella and Red Riding Hood ran onto the scene. Guys, help me carry him.
わかった
Got it.
わかりました
Understood.
I haven't given them much in the way of an explanation, but they didn't seem to need one. Cinderella took Snow White and I hefted him onto Red's back.
軽いな
He weighs almost nothing.
It's just an offhand remark, yet it made my heart ache.
このまま病院に
Should
運
we
べばい
take
い
him
です
to the
か
hospital?
Normally that would be the correct course of action. Nah, just toss him in the lake. However, this situation was far from normal. More than likely, it would prove pointless. I hesitated for a moment before answering. Let's take him home with us.
え
What?
Ideally, we would take him to a hospital, but I don't see the point in it right now. My brothers frowned at me. Then Red responded in a calm voice.
よくわかりませ
We
んが
can't
わかり
quite
ました
understand, but very
あなたの
well.
言う通り
Let's take him
彼を
home,
家ま
as
で
you
運びます
requested.
Thanks, Red. We laid Snow White onto my bed, then bundled him up in a bunch of blankets to keep him warm.
So
寒い。
He was trembling. Under the bright lights, his complexion was ashen. I squeezed his icy hand and exhaled against it.
no.
Only I could have noticed sooner. I had written it off as an effort of the chilly winter night. Oh, sorry, that was an effect.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I was wrong. He wasn't just cold and pale. He was anemic.
Malnourished in general, but yes.
Yeah. Overall, just not in a great physical body shape.
Mm-mm.
After a while, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he slowly opened his eyes.
Is this
こ
your
こ
room?
は君の部屋。
Yup.
女の子ら
Looks
しい部
pretty
屋だね。
Well, I am a girl.
そうだね。
And you're a guy.
Yeah.
And when a girl meets a guy,
男だ。
I'm a guy. I can't be a
お姫
princess.
様になれなかった。
No, you can. You can totally be a Princess Snow.
So instead, I figured I tried to be a prince.
お姫様を
I
救う
wanted to
王
be
子
the
様。
hero who saves the princess.
でも
But I couldn't manage that
俺
either.
は王子様にさえなれなかった。
personally, I'm glad you're a guy. To me, you are a prince. You're my prince.
俺は
I can't save you, though.
君を助けてあげられない。
That's not true. Do you remember the day we first met? My hair was caught on a tree branch, and you helped me get free.
俺は
But that was...
3 streams ago. I mean,
You saved my bacon that day.
in lieu of being able to be, is it Ailu?
Yeah, it does say Ailu. Fascinating.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it's supposed to be in lieu, which means, like, instead of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He tried to be a Prince Snow trans arc? Maybe.
I don't think it counts when it's being forced upon him, because his
True,
mom's
though.
not happy with his gender.
I don't know.
So this time, it's my turn.
Yeah.
This is the looking glass world, where everything is topsy-turvy.
Yep.
So I'm going to rescue you, Snow White.
Kiss.
In the kitchen, I pulled everything out of the fridge.
Everything.
こんな時間に何やってんだ
And what are you getting up to this late at night?
Making something to eat. Porridge, or hot toddy, or baked goods. Anything will do. I'll try everything I can think of until I find something Snow White can eat.
IV fluids.
We had the ingredients, the tools, and the perfect chef.
しょう
You're
がね
hopeless, you know that.
手伝ってやる
Fine. I'll help you out.
I'm looking at you through the glass. Don't know how much time has passed. Past. Fuck.
私も手伝いま
As
す
will I. What will you
何を
have
すれ
me
ばいい
do?
ですか
This is a cafe. Our job was to offer tasty treats and a moment of relaxation to our guest.
And the answer's just an apple, isn't it?
Pretty much.
すごい。
Incredible.
Snow White took one look at the food lining the table and murmured in amazement. All right, buddy, time for the tour de puke.
全
Let's
部
go.
君が作ったの。
You made all this?
Not by myself. My brothers Cinderella and Red Riding Hood both helped me.
Yes, Akagia and Gretel are still missing.
True. Doesn't matter at this point though. It's a dream.
True.
I shot a wink in their direction. Plus, we have the boys.
And we made it all for you, Snow White.
俺の
For me.
ために。
Now then, right this way, my good sir. I led him by the hands to the table. I prepared a buffet all for you. Feel free to eat whatever you like, and as much of it as you like.
好きなもの。
Whatever I like.
He froze, holding his plate. Oh no, decision paralysis.
ダメだ。
I can't.
He hung his head.
無理だ。
It's no use.
食べられ
You
ない
can't eat anything.
Fat Snow, Fat Snow, Fat Snow. At his stubborn refusal, my brothers seem to lose their patience. We'll shove it down his throat ourselves.
そんなこと
Don't
言
be
わず
like that. Just try a damn
一口食ってみろ
bite,
って
you know? It's not
別に
poison.
毒なんて入っちゃいねえよ
そうですよ
That's right. Her sister made it with you in mind. She would never.
分かってる
I
よ
know that.
Meanwhile, Reikyu poisoned all the dishes. Snow White raised his voice.
そんなこと
I've always known that.
言われなくても
Right
最
from
初
the
から分か
start.
ってるんだでも
But I'm scared.
怖
I'm
いん
scared
だ
that I won't be able to keep it down.
もしもこれを食べて受け付けなか
So
っ
we
た
gotta untrain his gag reflex. We gotta suppress his gag
君たちには分からないだ
reflex.
ろ
You people just don't get it.
う俺にとって
No matter how good it looks.
どんな美
The
味しそう
second
な
I take
料理
a
でも
bite of anything,
ま
it
ずく
tastes
感
like
じるんだ
death.
Cool.
口の中で変
It
な匂い
starts
が
to
し
smell
て
weird. And then my
口の
mouth
中い
tastes
っ
like
ぱ
I
いに
licked
強
an
烈な苦味
ashtray.
が襲ってくる
My only choice is to spit it out.
吐き出さずにはいられない
Is that why you never tried anything I made?
Yeah,
そう
exactly.
だよ
Thought back to the apple pie his mother had given me. It was moldy and inedible. Perhaps it was the only flavor Snow White could taste. I grabbed his shaking hand and squeezed tight.
You're so cold, and you're deathly pale. You haven't eaten in a long time, have you?
Well, it's a dream.
Yeah. Which is why
He
he's
stared
not
darkly
dead
at
yet.
the floor.
Go ahead and spit it out if you have to. I won't be offended. Because I'm gonna keep trying until I find something you can eat.
どうして
Why?
Like I said, I'm going to help you. Listen, Snow White. If I'm going to heal you, then I have to either solve your problem or find a compromise. Otherwise, you'll be trapped in this waking dream for eternity. So I'll do whatever it takes. I'm going to fulfill my purpose.
たとえ
Even if it means you die.
それで君が
But before I could answer,
アリス
Arisu!
Mother ran into the cafe looking white as a sheet.
よかったあなたが
Oh,
無事で
thank God. I'm so glad you're safe.
She dashed over and pulled me into a hug. Me, not Snow White. She was crying.
Mother?
I frowned dubiously. Then she cut my face in her hands.
あなたが倒れたって聞いて
When I
心
heard
臓
that
が
you
止まるかと
collapsed,
思ったわ
I thought my heart was gonna stop.
あれほど外に出ちゃいけない
How
って
many
言った
times
で
must
し
I
ょ
tell you to not leave the house?
外には怖い怖
This,
い
the
狼
world
がい
is
る
full
の
of wicked, wicked wolves.
可愛い
They
あ
would
なたが
gobble you up in
すぐに
seconds.
食べられてしまうわ
Then she looked around the room.
この人たちは誰
Who are these people?
At this, Snow White stared down at the floor in terror.
この子に何をしたの
What did you do to her?
いや
We
俺たちは
didn't.
別に
But the moment Cinderella tried to reach out,
近寄らないで
stay away! Mother pulled me a step back. Uh-oh.
What?
母様
Mother.
私はあなたの母親じゃない
I'm not your mother.
私の子供は
This is my only child, and I'm not giving her to
こ
you
の子は渡
people.
さないこの子に近づ
So
かないで
stay away from her! Tears filled her eyes and she trembled. Nevertheless, she fought bravely to protect me from the wolves. Mother?
アリスかわいいかわいい
Oh,
私の子供
Arasu, my sweet, precious angel.
帰りましょう私たちの家に
Let's go home.
私が
Back
ち
to
ょっと
where
あ
we
なたを
belong.
守ってあげるから
I'll keep you safe. She led me to a small cabin out in the middle of the woods. What is this place?
家にいれば大丈夫だから
We're
も
home
う
now.
心配いらないわ
We'll be safe here. This is our home?
ここは私とあなたの小
It's
さ
a
な
little
小さな
castle
お城
for just the two of us.
ここにいれば
As
私は
long as we
いつ
stay
までも
here,
あなたを
I
守っ
can
てあげ
keep
られ
you
る
safe. The so-called castle was located in the same area as the mansion I'd visited. The shack is back. Let's go. Oh, this room is back.
Uh-huh. Small cabin in the
Shit.
woods.
Yeah, I should have saw that coming. The spacious rooms and luxurious furnishings were gone, replaced with a cramped but functional living space. Mm-hmm. Almost as if a magic spell had been broken. It was a strange, inexplicable, and downright absurd. And yet, with a single word, it all made sense.
アリス
Arisu? She cupped a hand to my cheek and spoke softly.
いいことあなたは他の
Now
子と違
listen
って
here.
とっても
You're
いい
not
子
like
な
all
の
the other kids. You're a precious angel.
だからお外で
That's why
遊
you
んでは
mustn't
ダ
play
メ
outside. The
周
world
り
is
のみ
filled
んな
with
は
wicked
狼
wolves,
なの
and you can never trust
狼
them.
はどんな
So
悪
if
いこ
one
と
of
を
them
するかわ
talks
か
to
ら
you,
ないから
be sure to ignore them.
話しかけられてもお母さんがいない間
You have to watch the
Shanto
house while I'm
is
gone,
bastero, no?
understand? And if
Moshi,
anyone knocks on that door,
誰かが
don't
こ
let
の
them
家に
in,
やってきて
no
も
matter what.
決して中に入れてはいけませんどうしたのアリス
What's wrong, Arisu? Mother, why are you trying to keep me locked up in here?
それは言ったでしょ
I
お
mean,
外は危
didn't
な
I
いからっ
tell
て
you? It's not safe out there. You do have a point. The world can be a dangerous place, but I'm not as weak as you think I am.
何を言ってるのあなたは
Don't be
忘れたの
ridiculous. Have you forgotten?
外の世界に出た時
The moment you step
あなたを
outside,
見る人
everybody
々の
looks
好
at
奇
you
の
funny.
目
Your little heart
小さな
couldn't
あなたに
possibly
は耐え
bear
られ
it.
ないわ
I'm an adult now. If I have to fight back against society, then so be it.
無理よ立ち向かえっこないわ
Can't fight society. It's just not possible.
それに外に出なけ
Besides,
れば
if you never go
傷つくことも
outside,
ない
then you'll never
道
get
に迷
hurt.
うことも
You'll
ない
never go astray. Sure, but there are countless things in this world that I'll never discover unless I venture out there.
真実が必ずしもいいことじゃないわ
Sometimes knowing the truth does more harm than good. Maybe you're right.
maybe ignorance is bliss. But you know as well as I do that the world is full of light, full of people, and not all of those people are wicked wolves.
そんなの知らない。
I don't care.
あなたは
All that matters is that you do what I say. It's for your own good.
幸せなの。
How's arguing with yourself?
Fun.
Fair enough.
He's his own person. You know that better than anyone. I really like you, Mother. You're sweet and innocent and cheerful. You've never lost touch with your inner child. And I'm sure Snow White liked that about you too. Because he really loved you. And you really loved him, didn't you? Now, I don't know what happened between the two of you. I can't pretend to know what your suffering was like. But do you really think you can keep him locked away forever? On second thought, listen, Snow White. I called his name.
何を。
What are you? How long are you planning to stay cooped up in here? You can't stay like this. You have to make a change.
私は。
This whole world is your dream. Isn't that right, Snow White?
But before he could recover, I planted a kiss on her cheek.
Checkmate. I win.
Just then, the window beside me shattered loudly, and everything went dark. Instantly, overpowering stench hit my nostrils.
Ugh.
I quickly clapped a hand over my nose, but this did nothing to block out the smell.
Ugh.
It was hard to describe, somewhere between rotten garbage and excrement. Gross. But suffice to say, the stench was enough to make me puke. I mean, this stuff was spitballed earlier, but at the same time, excuse? Yep. My eyes blurred with tears as I struggled to keep myself upright. Then my foot touched something. First, I didn't know what it was, but eventually my eyes adapted to the darkness and realized it was a trash bag. Actually, upon further inspection, the whole room was filled with trash.
Filthy, isn't it?
家中ゴミ
I
だ
mean,
ら
I
けで
guess it's hardly a surprise.
ずっと掃
Since
除
no
もして
one's
ないんだ
cleaned
か
the
ら
place.
当然だよね。
The flat voice brought me back to my senses. Snow White was standing there in the darkness. Skin as white as snow. Lips and cheeks as red as an apple. Bright, shiny hair. Wait. I just thought of something.
Well,
So when Reiki was talking to her reflection earlier, do we think that Reiki is just another reflection of snow?
maybe. Now that you said that, it's very likely.
Big, sparkly eyes. Desperate to control my emotions, I closed my eyes and took a breath.
So, this is where you actually live?
I
I lowered the hand that was covering my nose and held my breath and looked at him.
そうだよ。
Yeah, that's right.
君には
I never wanted you to
見
see
られたくなか
this.
った。君の前で
I
は
wanted to be pristine and
綺麗な
perfect
姿
for
でい
you.
たかっ
I wanted to be a prince.
た。王子様でいたかった。でも
But that was just a silly
そんな
dream.
のは本当の俺
The
は
real me is nothing like
王
a
子様なんて
prince.
ほど遠
I'm
い
just a grimy
薄汚れた子
man
供でしかない。
And who might that be? I gestured to the human-shaped thing sitting lifelessly in the chair beside him. Oh no. For you see, it was the true source of this filth. Couldn't see much in the darkness, but it appeared to be decaying, hence the smell. Oh no.
母様だよ。
That's my mother.
Who killed Cook
You
Robin?
killed Cock Robin.
I said Sparrow.
I said the sparrow.
It's
Wait.
my bow and arrow. I killed
I
Cook Robin.
Said the sparrow. With my bow and arrow,
I stopped
killed
reading
Cock
because
Robin.
he's doing good in English.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, listen.
I said Sparrow. It's my bow and arrow. I killed Cook Robin.
Oh, he does say it in English.
Yeah, so less work for me.
Damn. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I noticed.
That's a Mother Goose poem, isn't it?
I had a feeling you'd
君な
know
ら知
it.
っていると思ったよ。だけど
But it wasn't a robin that
殺され
died.
たのはコマドリ
And
で
it
も
wasn't
な
a
いし、
sparrow that killed her.
殺したのはスズ
Snow
メで
killed
も
his
ない
own mom. Let's go.
俺は
It was me. I killed my mother.
母様を殺した犯人だ。
I mean, you literally just said it, so.
Let's go. I mean, duh. That's a lie.
Is it though?
嘘じゃない。
No, it isn't.
俺が母
I
様
drove
を
my mother to her death.
死に追いやったんだ。
Flashback.
Ooh, snow.
Looking back, I could remember the little white snowflakes. It's hard to tell if this is from Reiki or Snow's perspective right now, so I'm just going to assume it's mine because I don't see a border.
Yeah.
And as the snow fell, my mother told me a story.
昔々、ある国の女王様が
Once upon a
黒
time,
炭の窓枠に座り、ちら
once
ちら
upon
と
a
降って
time,
くる雪を
in
眺めなが
midwinter,
ら
a
縫い
queen
物を
sat
していま
sewing
した
at。her ebony wood window when a flurry of snowflakes blew in like little feathers.
ところが、
She
女王
was so
様は
distracted by
う
the
っかり
snow,
自分
she
の
pricked
指
her
に
finger on the
針を
needle.
刺してしまいました。女王様の指から流れ
Her
落ちた
blood
血
spread
は
across the snow
真っ白な
like
雪の
little
上に
roses in
真っ
bloom.
赤なバラのように広がりました。それを見た女王様
And
は
when she saw
もう
it,
すぐ生まれてく
she
る
was
子供
convinced
は
that her baby
こ
would
の
be
雪
born
の
with
ように
skin as
白い
white as
肌で
snow,
血
lips
の
and
よう
cheek
に
as
赤
red
い
as blood,
頬や唇、
and hair as dark as
黒
ebony
炭の
wood.
窓枠の木のように黒い髪を持っているに違いないと思いました。そして本
Sure
当に
enough,
女王様が思って
she
いた
gave
よう
birth
な
to a beautiful baby
雪のよ
girl
うに白い
with
肌
skin
で
as white as
血
snow,
のように赤い
lips
頬
and
や
cheeks as
唇、
red as blood,
黒炭の
and
窓
hair
枠
as
の木の
dark
よう
as
に
ebony wood.
黒い髪をした美しい女の子が生まれたのです。女王様は女
And
の子
so the
に
queen
白雪
named
姫
her
と名
Snow
付けま
White.
した。あら、雪。
Oh, it's snowing. Mother stroked my hair as I pretended to sleep.
きれい。
It's so beautiful.
フリルやレース。たくさんのリボン。
Frills, lace,
ずっ
and
と
ribbons of
憧れ
every
てた。
color. Oh, how I longed for those things.
華やかなダンスパーティー。
Fanciful
きれいなドレス。
banquets, pretty
お城の
dresses,
ような
and a
大きな
house as
家。
big as a castle.
大好きなお姫様のようになりたかった。
Sorry, I read Spooky's comment.
Fair.
I wanted to be like my beloved princesses.
どこで
So where did I go wrong?
That might have been from Snow's perspective, but it was mostly Mother talking, so.
Yeah.
The main menu theme.
Do you want to take over here? Because it seems like it is
Yeah.
from Snow's perspective.
Yeah, it's like the little flashback things that we would normally get interspersed in the story with the other routes. That night was as cold as ice. I pressed my hand against the window and peered outside. Tiny snowflakes fluttered down from the blanket of gray clouds overhead. All the lights were off, but thanks to the snow, the world seemed a tiny bit brighter.
ただいま
I'm back!
My mother's cheerful voice called out from the entryway. I heard her thunderous footsteps headed in my direction, and then the lights clicked on.
おかえりなさい。
Welcome home.
遅くなってごめんなさい。
Sorry I'm
電
late.
気つけたらよ
You
かった
could
の
have turned the
に。
lights on, you know.
ご飯はちゃんと食べた？
Did you eat?
ううん。
No. I shook my head. She peered down at me, her coat hanging from her arm. I could see my reflection in her eyes, but it was so small and fuzzy, I couldn't be sure it was actually me.
どうして？お金はちゃんと
Why
置いてあったでしょ？
I left you some money, didn't I?
I didn't respond. Then she picked up the toy lying on my bed.
また余計なものを
I
買っ
see
た
you
のね。
bought another piece of junk.
I could hear anger and sadness in her voice. I was convinced she was going to yell at me, so I squeezed my eyes shut. But she simply pulled me into a hug.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
She was crying.
どうして
I'm
母様が
sorry.
謝
For
るの？
what?
こんな小さなあなたを一人ぼっ
For
ちにして
leaving my baby boy all
好
alone
きなものも
and for being too
満
poor
足
to
に
buy
買
you
ってあ
the
げられ
things
な
you
い。
want.
苦労ばかりかけて
I'm sorry I made your life so miserable.
母様。
Mother. I didn't understand why she was apologizing, but I understood that it was my fault.
母様。
Mother,
ごめん
I'm
なさい。
sorry. I was devastated. My heart ached to think my existence was causing my mother so much pain and misery. More than anything, I wanted to be the son she wanted me to be.
母様。
Don't cry.
泣かないで。
Mother,
私、
I'll be your
母様のお
princess,
姫
so
様になる
please
から。
don't cry.
だから、泣かないで。
Frills,
Frills.
lace, ribbons of every color. Beautiful dresses and a house as big as a castle. If that was what she wanted, then it was what I wanted for myself too. As I recall, she looked rather hurt by this.
どうしたの？
And what's wrong? But I was too young to understand. She pulled away and gently stroked my hair.
あのね、よく聞いて。あなたは男の子だからお姫様
I
には
disagree
なれ
with
ない
this
の。
statement, but I'm going to say it anyway.
This is important, so I want you to listen. You're a boy, and boys can't be princesses.
でも、
But mother,
母様
you
は言っ
said
て
you
た。
like princesses.
お姫様が好きだって。
At the time, I was heartbroken that I couldn't be what she loved.
そうね。確かに
That's
私
true.
はお姫様がとっ
I
て
do
も好き
love
よ。
princesses.
でも
But you know what else I love just as much?
王子様も好きなの。
Princess.
王子様？
Princess.
そう。お
Yep.
母さんが読んだ
Remember
物
the
語に
heroes from
も
the storybooks I read to you? The prince always saves the
お
princess.
姫様を救ってくれるの
Not。this time, bitch.
あなたは男の子だから王子様。
You're a
そ
boy,
して
So that makes you
あ
a
なたは
prince.
私の王子様
My
でも
little
あるの。
prince.
母様の
I'm your
王子
prince.
様。
Does that make you a
Nara.
princess?
母様は
Oh no.
お姫様。
Oh
私はあなたの
no.
母親だから、
Oh, okay, phew.
お姫様と
I was
は
like, this is
ちょっと
about to take
違
a
うわね。
really dark turn if, like, he fails to save the princess, that's his mom. You know? Anyway.
Not exactly. I'm your mother after all.
Evil queen. Even better.
She smiled sadly. I desperately wanted to make her happy.
母様、
Mother,
こ
I'll
れ
be a prince.
王子
Just for
様に
you.
なるよ。母様、そして
And then, I'll
母
save
様を
you.
助けてあげる。
ありがとう。あなたはとって
Thank
も
you,
優しい
sweetie.
子。
You're such an
さす
angel.
が、私
My
の王子様ね。
perfect prince.
Yeah. My mother had me when she was fairly young, and to me, she was the fairest in all the land. She loved flowers and fairy tales. She loved to dream, and she never wanted to grow up.
そうだ。何も食べてないんだった
I
ら、
know.
アップル
If
パ
you
イでも
hadn't
食
had
べる？
anything to eat, then how about some apple pie?
リンゴがとっても安かったの。
The apples were
買い
super
買ってき
cheap,
ちゃった。
so I bought a whole bunch.
あなたもアップルパイ好きでしょ？
You like apple pie, don't you?
Yeah, I
好き
love
だよ。
it. Whenever she had some free time, my mother always made me an apple pie. And her apple pies were the best. Frills, lace, ribbons of every color. Beautiful dresses and a house as big as a castle. We were too impoverished to have any of these things. We were still happy.
じゃあ、お母さん行ってくるから。
Well, I better be going.
My mother was a busy woman. She went to work early in the morning, came home in the evening, then put on lots of makeup and left to go to her second job. Each time she left, she would summon me and say,
いいこと？お母さんがい
Now
ない
listen
間、
here.
ちゃんと
You
留
have
守
to
番
watch
して
the
るのよ。
house while I'm gone. Understand?
誰かがこ
And
の
if
家にやっ
anyone
てきて
knocks
も
on the door,
決して中に
don't
入れ
let
て
him
はいけません。
no matter what.
わかったよ。
Yes, mother.
母様。
いい子ね。
Good
Ja-
boy.
行ってきます。
Be back later.
いってらっし
Be
ゃい。
safe. Whenever my mother wasn't around, I spent my time reading books. She would often bring them home with her, and they were full of pretty princesses. But inevitably, I would doze off in the middle of a book, and when I awoke, I would find the house dark. My mother still wasn't home. So with nothing else to do, I went back to reading. Then I would get drowsy again and fall back asleep. Every day was a repeat of the last. My mother always came home late at night. Deep down, I wanted her to read me a story, but I knew she was tired, and I couldn't be selfish.
Aww.
As I pretended to sleep, she crawled into bed with me and gave me a big hug.
お母さん、あなたのために頑
I'm
張
going
る
to work real hard for you. I promise.
I could smell a sweet, flowery fragrance. Then one day, when my mother finally had a day off, we went into town together.
真っ白。
It's so white! I shouted gleefully. The whole area was covered in a blanket of fluffy white snow. Snow was by no means uncommon here, but I was just so happy to be out of the house on a trip with my mother. I couldn't help but frolic in the snow. After a while, I came to a stop.
どうしたの？
Oh, what's wrong?
雪が
The。snow. The pretty white snow had turned to grimy black. As I hung my head, my mother seemed to sense my sadness. She walked up to me.
これはしょうがないのよ。雪は表面に積もっ
These
ただ
things
けで、
happen,
その
sweetheart.
下には
The
本当
snow
の
is just
姿
a
を
blanket
隠し
that
ている
hides
の。
the dirt and grime underneath.
本当の
That's hiding the
姿。
dirt. She pointed to the tarnished snow.
あなたが今踏んだところは
See?
土。
There's dirt under there,
雪はどんなものでも覆い隠して
but
し
the
まう
snow
の。
can hide it all from sight.
どんなもの
No
で
matter
も
what.
そう。
Yup.
For some reason, a chill ran down my spine. Sure, the snow could hide things, but when you stepped on it, it became just as dirty as everything beneath. Oh, little kid sneeze.
Aww.
あらあら、
Tiny snow
大丈夫
sneeze.
Mm-hmm.
寒い
Oh my,
Okasa-no
bless
watch
you.
too?
Are you cold? Want to wear my coat?
大丈夫。
I'm okay.
そうあ、じゃ
You
あ
sure?
手をつなぎましょうか。
Oh, in that case, want to hold hands?
こうすれば少しは暖かいでしょ。
This way you'll be a little warmer. Don't you think?
Yeah. Another's hand felt nice and warm as it enveloped my own.
ねえ見て、ほら、可愛くない？
Hey, look! Look! Isn't he cute?
本当だ。かわいい。
Oh my god, he's so cute!
As we walked through town, I kept overhearing certain words. Words like cute and pretty. But that wasn't all. I felt like people were staring at me. Everyone we passed on the street seemed to be looking at me. And for some reason, they all seemed to be whispering and giggling behind their hands. Reactions varied from person to person, but it didn't make me uncomfortable because I didn't sense any ill will. At one point, Mother decided to stop by the green grocer to buy vegetables for dinner. The owner's wife took one look at me and broke into a smile.
目が大きくて可愛い子だね。
Oh, look at those big eyes! You're so cute!
As she spoke, she gave me one of her apples. It was the first time a stranger had given me a gift. Startled, I looked up at my mother.
あらいいわね。ありがとうわ。
Well, what a thoughtful gift! What do you say?
ありがとう。
Thank you. At this, the woman's eyes widened in surprise. And this confused me. I didn't understand why she was surprised at all.
さあ、行きましょう。
Now then, let's get going.
Then my mother led me out of the store. And as I would soon discover, the greengrocer's wife wasn't the only person to react that way. No matter where we went, everyone called me cute and gave me special treatment.
俺って
Am I
可愛い
cute?
の？
At this, my mother replied without hesitation.
そりゃもう
Of
すごく
course
可
you
愛いわ。
are. You're adorable.
お姫
But
様
I'm
じゃ
not a
ないのに。
princess. As far as I knew, cute was something only girls could be. But I wasn't a girl, and yet they still called me cute. Well, I didn't mind
This is why
it.
he throws books at people.
I didn't really understand it. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a mother and child holding hands. Who was that? Startled, I came to a stop. The other boy stopped too. I let go of Mother's hand and approached him. Likewise, he mirrored my actions. I reached out. He reached out. Our palms touched. But it carried no human warmth. I looked up and found him staring back at me in alarm. Skin as white as snow. Lips and cheeks as red as an apple. And bright, shiny hair. He looked nothing like anyone I'd ever seen. Who was he?
どうしたの？
What's wrong?
As I stood there in a daze, my mother gently called out to me.
母様、
Mother, how
どう
come I
して
don't look
俺は
like you?
母様に似ていないの？
それは。
Well...
Just then.
あ、外国人だ。
Look, it's a foreigner.
おー
Hey
い、
you,
女男
how's it going,
何
girly
してんだ
boy?
よ。
Fucking bullies.
Fucking bullies indeed.
Some boys my age started to jeer at me. Unlike the adults, they treated me like the anomaly I was. That was the moment I finally understood why everyone had given me special treatment. It was because I didn't look like them. I was standing in front of a glass display case, and the strange-looking boy was actually my reflection. All at once, I grew frightened. I clung to my mother.
あの子たちにいじめられてるの？
Are those boys being mean to you?
My mother asked quietly. Dark hair, dark eyes. She really looked nothing like me. I didn't answer. She looked around for a moment, then slid an arm around my shoulders and hurried away.
母様
Mother,
あなたは何も心配しなくていいのよ。
You have nothing to
あなた
worry
は
about.
私が守るから。
I'll protect you.
うん
okay. After that, Mother stopped letting me leave the house. Before she left for work, she summoned me and said,
いいこと？
Now
あなた
listen
は他
here.
の子と違って
You're not
と
like
っ
all
て
the
も
other
いい子な
kids.
の。
You're a precious angel.
だからお外で
That's
遊
why
ん
you
ではダ
mustn't
メ。
play outside. The
周
world
り
is
のみ
filled
んな
with
は
wicked
狼な
wolves,
の。
and you can never trust them.
狼はどん
So
な
if one
悪い
of
こと
them
をする
talks
か
to
わ
you,
からないから
be sure to ignore them.
話しかけられても知らん顔をしているのですよ。お母さんがいない間、
You have
ちゃ
to
ん
watch
と
the
お留守
house
番し
while
てる
I'm
のよ。
gone. Understand?
もし
And if anyone
誰かが
knocks
こ
on the
の
door,
家にやってきて
don't
も
let them in.
決して
no
中
matter
に入れて
what.
はいけません。
分かったよ
Yes,
母
Mother.
様
いい子ね。じゃ、行ってき
Good
ます。
boy. Be back later.
Left alone in the house, I gazed through the window. The snow glittered in the soft sunlight. I really enjoyed going into town with my mother. I wanted to play outside again. But then I saw my hazy reflection in the glass. I realized it was a hopeless dream. With nothing else to do, I stayed inside and read books. But I quickly grew bored of it. It was no fun to read the same books over and over again. That, and I had come to resent the perfect princess who had earned my mother's unconditional love. On the table, my mother had set out some food for me, as well as some money for emergencies. I had everything I needed. As long as I obeyed my mother, nothing bad or dangerous would ever happen. Or so I thought.
ただいま。
I'm back.
母様
Now come home.
お帰りなさい
It was around then that exhaustion began to erode my mother's beauty. Her complexion was wan, and she often stared blankly into space. Anxious, I decided to ask her something I wondered for a long time.
ねえ
Hey mother,
母様
What
は
kind of
何の
job
仕
do
事
you
をしているの
her face seemed to turn even more ashen.
お花屋さん。
I sell flowers.
俺にもで
Can
き
I
る
do it too? I wanted to lessen her burden, if only a tiny amount.
あなたはいいのよ。王子様は働か
You
なく
don't
ていいよ。
need to. A prince doesn't have to work.
Alas, she simply stroked my hair. Even without her beauty, she never stopped being kind and loving. But I couldn't stand being a useless little prince.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry, sweetie.
As she hugged me, I noticed she had gotten thinner.
母様
Mother. Just then, someone started banging on the front door. Mother flinched.
また。
Not again.
どうしたの
What's wrong? She looked scared.
こっちに来なさい。
Come, this way.
あ
She grabbed me by the arm and pushed me into the closet.
あなたはこの中で隠れてなさい。いい
You hide in here.
何があっても
Listen to me.
ここ
No
から出ちゃ
matter
ダ
what
メよ。
happens, you
声
have
を
to
出しちゃ
stay
ダ
in
メだから
here.
ね。
And don't say a word. Understand?
And with that, she shut the closet door. A few moments later, I heard a man shouting. Then I heard my mother apologize.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm
お金は
sorry.
すぐに返し
I'm
ます
so sorry. I'll pay it back very soon.
She sounded like she was crying. I could tell that something scary was happening, and my mother was trying to protect me from it. I wanted to dash out of the closet and rescue her, but my feet were rooted to the spot, right at the moment I needed them most. As a prince, I was supposed to save the princess. I had promised to protect my mother, but instead she had to protect me.
Found you.
I woke to someone shaking my shoulders. Apparently, I had fallen asleep.
もう隠
Is
れな
it
くて
safe
も
to
いい
come
の
out now? I rubbed my sleepy eyes.
ええ、もう大丈夫。
Yes.
おいで。
It's safe now. Come on out.
うん。
Okay. I walked up to her, and then she pulled me into a hug. I could smell a faint animal smell mixed in with her usual flowery fragrance, and it nearly made me gag. From that day on, my mother gradually started to continued to change, rather. Her complexion grew pale, and wrinkles formed on her once youthful face. Her cheerful smile vanished, and she started taking a lot of medication. Then, her clean, tidy house slowly filled with trash. As time passed, the place began to reek.
いいこと。あなたは他の子と違って
No, listen here.
とってもいい子
You're
なの。
not like all the other kids. You're a precious angel.
だからお外で遊ん
That's
では
why
ダ
you
メ。
mustn't play outside.
周りのみ
The
んなは
world is filled
狼
with
なの。
wicked wolves. You can
狼
never
はどん
trust
な
them.
悪いことをするか
So
わ
if
か
one
ら
of
ないか
them
ら
talks to you, be
話しか
sure
けら
to
れても
ignore them.
知らん顔をしているのですよ。お母さんがいない間、ちゃ
You
んと
have
お
to
留守番
watch
し
the
てるの
house
よ。
while I'm gone.
も
Understand?
し
And
誰
if
かが
anyone
この
knocks
家
on
に
that
やって
door,
きても
don't let them in.
決して中に入れてはいけません。
わかったよ、
Yes,
母
mother.
様。
And she stopped cooking for me. And eventually, she barely came home at all. But she still had a small amount of money on the table in case of emergencies. I wish she'd give me money if she didn't want me to leave the house. I didn't understand. I didn't need money, just like I didn't need food. If I stayed still, I wouldn't get hungry. And if I stayed home, I didn't need money. At that point, I was accustomed to sleeping during the day and being awake at night. Because of that, I started to have strange dreams. In the dreams, I was sitting in the bright sunshine, listening to the waves. Then I remembered what someone had once told me. The lake tide swells and recedes just like the ocean. Supposedly, these waves are created by friction between the surface water and the wind. That said, a lake is still not the same as an ocean. A lake will not lead you to distant lands.
あれ
Huh? When I awoke, I was inside the house. No sunshine, no waves. Just a tiny cabin. The outside world was just a dream. Surely it couldn't hurt to have fun in my dreams, right? Before long, I started to dream of hanging out with someone. In these dreams, I was happy. But whenever I awoke, I found myself in a dark, empty house, reminding me that any happiness I felt was merely a phantom. Then one day,
どこに行ってたの？
Where were you?
my mother had come home unusually early that day.
どこにも
I
行ってな
didn't
い
go
よ。
anywhere. I didn't understand why she was angry. But when I tried to be honest with her, she thought I was lying.
嘘をつかないで。
Don't lie to me.
どうしてあなたはいつも嘘をつくの？
Why do you always lie to me?
これは何？
And what's this? Did you get this from someone?
She held up some clothes I didn't recognize.
それは
That isn't mine.
知らないわけないでしょ。
Then whose is it?
でも
I don't know where it
俺に
came
は
from.
覚えがない。
Honest.
本当だよ。
Slowly, she shook her head. Her eyes were full of fear.
だって
Please. Answer me.
あなたは誰なの？
Who are you?
俺は
It's
俺
me,
だよ。
your son.
母様の子供だよ。
違う。
No,
あなたは私の子供じゃない。
not my child.
俺は
No?
母様の子供じゃないの。母様に
Is that why we
似て
don't
ない
look
から。
alike?
この目も
My eyes,
髪も
my hair.
この肌も
None of it looks like
何一つ似て
yours.
いないから。
違う。そうじゃない。
No, that's not what I mean.
ねえ、
But
母
mother,
様、
返して。あの子は
Give him back.
本当
Give
の
me
私の子
back
を
my
返して。
real son.
she collapsed into a fit of sobbing, but there was nothing I could do. I felt like she had rejected my entire existence. Truth be told, I was only ever a burden to her. If it wasn't for me, she could have been a princess.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry,
母
mother.
様、
I'm so
ごめんなさ
sorry.
い。生まれてきてご
I'm
めんなさ
sorry
い。
I was born. Tears streamed down my face. The world steadily blurred.
アリス。
Alice.
Then she called a name I didn't recognize. Huh? From there, the rest of my memories were fuzzy. The next thing I knew, I was alone at the house again. My mother was probably off at work. Left to my own devices, I once again chose to obey my mother. Like always, I read my books and dozed off, but then I had a depressing dream. I couldn't remember the details, but I had lied and hurt someone, and in the end, I got hurt too.
ここは
Where am I? When I awoke, I was in the middle of the forest, and my cheeks were wet. What was I doing out here? I didn't know exactly what time it was, but judging from my surroundings, it had to be pretty late. I was overwhelmed by indescribable fear and panic. The lights were on at my house. Had Mother come home? If so, then she had caught me breaking her rules. Would she be angry with me? Or was she just worried for my safety?
誰かいません
Was
か？
anyone there? But no matter how hard I knocked, no one answered. This was definitely the right house. There weren't any others in sight.
Did you put him outside?
Hesitantly, I twisted the doorknob. Strangely enough, it was unlocked.
ただいま。
I'm home. The moonlight streaming in through the window faintly illuminated the interior. I could smell a sugary scent. It was the smell of my mother's apple pie.
母様、
Mother? My mother was collapsed over the table, looking at me with cold, unfeeling eyes. My heart thumped in my chest. Pallid skin, blue lips, lifeless, dark eyes. I didn't know what had happened, but my knees shook, and my palms began to sweat.
母様、
Mother,
母様、
Mother, wake up.
起きて。
You can't sleep here, or you'll
こん
make
なところ
yourself
で寝る
sick.
と風邪ひくよ。
I shook her by the shoulder, but she wouldn't wake.
母様
Mother. This time I shook her as hard as I could. She toppled over. Screaming, I fell backwards onto the floor. Half of her face had turned reddish purple.
母様
Mother. Mother.
That's where the blood was pooling.
I accidentally brushed her hand and was startled to find it ice cold. And that was the moment I realized that I would never see my mother again. From that day forward, Mother grew worse and worse. At first she retained some degree of her good looks, but after 4 days, dark purple veins spread over her entire body.
Oh.
But at least, back then I was able to recognize her. After a week, blisters appeared all over her skin, which continued to change color. Then her body swelled, and she began to emit an unbearable odor. Maggots crawled all over her, and there were flies buzzing everywhere. There was no trace left of her former beauty. Now she was merely a monster. Come to think of it was around then that I stopped having those fun dreams. Sleep used to be my one escape from this miserable existence, and I wasn't even afforded that. But hey, who needed dreams? My whole life was a nightmare now, and it was my obligation to endure it. The chilly air made my extremities go numb. My stomach rumbled endlessly. But even then, surprisingly enough, I still clung stubbornly to life. The words real life felt like an oxymoron. Sure, this was my life, but what part of it was real?
どうして
Why am I even alive?
生きてるんだろ
Just then, I realized someone was staring at me from inside the mirror. I always hated looking in the mirror. The first time I saw my reflection, I didn't believe it was actually me. Skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright, shiny hair. For some reason, I was sure it had to be someone else entirely. And I found myself wondering, is that the real me? Apprehensively, I looked over to find a boy with skin as white as snow, lips and cheeks as red as an apple, and bright, shiny hair. Then I asked my reflection,
鏡よ鏡
Mirror, mirror on the wall,
鏡さん
whose reflection do you hold?
鏡に映ったのは誰僕だよ
It's me. The instant I heard those words, the thin thread holding me together finally snapped.
誰
Who are you?
君は誰な
What's your
の
name? What are you
ど
doing
うして
in
そん
there?
なところにいるのもしかして
By any chance? Are
君
you
アリス
Alice?
なの
There's a manga series called Are You Alice? Anyways. The boy in the reflection nodded.
じ
It
ゃ
does look like Alice.
あ
Yeah.
これは誰なの
Who
The
am
ribbon
I?
and everything.
Mm-hmm. Just then, the mirror reflected something else. There, I saw an ugly boy with a greasy face and dandruff in his hair. In that moment, I understood everything. Why my mother had changed. Why the boy in the mirror didn't seem like me. Now I could see myself for what I truly was.
So
母
basically
様との
everything could
約
have been
束を
solved
破
with
って
some soap.
外に出たあの日家に帰ると
The day I disobeyed my mother and went outside, I came home to find her looking at me with cold, lifeless eyes.
ピクリともせず
She was perfectly still,
体
and
を
her
触る
body
と
was as cold as ice.
氷のように冷たかったすぐに分かった
Soon
よ
after that, I realized
母
she
様
was
はも
never
う二
going
度
to
と
come home again,
帰ってこないんだって俺が殺し
and
た
it's
んだ
my fault. I killed my own
俺が
mother.
母様をちゃんと母様の
If I
言う
had
ことを
listened to
聞いていれば
If I had stayed at home,
外になんて
I
出
could
な
have
ければ
been there to save her.
母様を助けられたかもしれなかったの
Once my eyes adapted to the darkness, I was able to. Oh, wait, that's
Oh,
you.
I think this is
Yeah,
Ricky.
I got so used to reading.
No, it's fine. The no border saying really threw us off.
Mm-hmm.
Once my eyes adapted to the darkness, I was able to faintly see Snow White, as well as his mother. Rather, the lifeless black mass beside him. By her feet, I could see a pool of bodily fluids and wriggling maggots. It was so grotesque. I felt like I was gonna pass out. She was so sweet and innocent and cheerful. She never lost touch with her inner child. But now, no trace of her former beauty remains. I shouldn't have thought about it too deeply. The stench hit my stomach and I vomited. I would never forget this sight for as long as I lived. Snow White had watched the most important person in his life turn into a hideous monster. How long had he endured this nightmare?
君を泣かせ
I
てしまっ
didn't
た
mean to
ね
make you cry.
やっぱり
I guess I was right.
俺は
I'll
王子
never
様
be
に
a
はなれ
prince
ないみ
after
たいだ
all.
Beyond my tear-blurred vision, I could see him staring down at his hands. After my choking and spitting subsided, I wiped my mouth and looked up at him. He endured a pain far worse than mine, for years. If I wanted to understand him, then I would have to accept this. I'd have to accept him exactly as he was.
美しかった母
My
様は
mother was once so beautiful,
日々
but
醜
with each
くなってい
passing
く
day, she grows uglier and uglier.
それは
That's my punishment for not
母
saving
様を救え
her.
なかった俺の罰だ
If I wanted to heal him, then I couldn't sit around and cry.
その後だよ
Sometime after that,
漁
I
師と
met
出会ったのは
Ryo- Ryoshi Arasu, my real brother. I took a deep breath, then spoke in a calm voice. How could I have forgotten something so important? At some point, I wandered into this topsy-turvy world and forgot myself.
仕方ないさ
no surprise there.
こ
This
こ
is
は
a
夢の
dreamland
世界だか
after
ら
all.
ね
Which dreamed it?
But I didn't bother to ask the question. After all, I was pretty sure I knew the answer.
夢とは
One could say that a dream is a
自分の記憶の
reproduction
断
or
片の再
recreation of
現
our memories.
最高
In
線
most cases, the people and places that
夢に
appear in
登
your
場する
dreams
人
are
物
taken
や場所
wholesale
は
from your past.
ほとんどの場合何もかも
Every part of this
俺
world
の
was
記憶
created
で
from
作ら
my
れた世界
memories. No matter what it
ど
looks
んな
like
に
on the
姿が違って
outside,
いても
it's still me.
それは俺でしかない俺はずっと
The whole time, I've been looking
鏡を
into
見
the
ていたん
mirror.
だ
鏡よ
Mirror,
鏡
mirror, in the
鏡
room.
さん
Show me what I want to see.
俺の見たい
Tell
も
me
の
what I want to hear.
俺の欲しい言葉をフリルやレース
Bills, lace,
た
and
くさんの
ribbons.
リボン
A big castle.
大き
pretty
な後ろに
dresses.
綺麗なドレス自分を愛してくれる母親に
A hunter who looked
自
after
分を
me.
見守ってくれる両親そして
And then there's me.
王子様の
prince.
自分俺は
I spent a long
鏡に映
time
った自
using
分
these
自身に
reflections
慰められな
as
が
my
ら
only solace.
長い長い時間を過ごしていた二度と
I told myself, I
目を開
didn't need
か
to
なくて
open
も
my eyes. I
二度
didn't
と
need to see the truth.
現実を見なくてもいい偽物でも
What if all of it was
いい
fake?
偽りでもいい大好きな人と
The
過ご
days I
す日
spent
々
with
は
my loved ones were calm and
波のない
peaceful,
湖のよ
like
う
a
だ
still
った
lake. No pain or
そこには
misery to be found.
悲しみも苦しみもない
But no joy either. Slowly, Snow White looked at me. Behind his thick eyelashes, his eyes glittered in the darkness. At first I thought people were disappearing from the town, but I was wrong. In actuality, the town barely had any people in it.
あ
Yeah,
そうだよ
that's right.
俺の心の
I
中
don't
に
have that many memories
思
of
い出と
people
して住ん
in
で
my
いる
heart.
人なんてほとんどいないからね
As he spoke, he smiled faintly. His voice was level, but I could only imagine the pain he felt. His solitude was eternal and unchanging, and utterly hopeless.
そんなにつまらないも
It
のでも
wasn't
なか
really
ったよ
that boring, though.
俺
I
に
had
は
my books,
本
after
があっ
all.
たからね本があったから
And through those books,
俺は
I was
家
able
の
to
中に
learn
いな
about
が
the
ら
outside world and the
外
safety
の
of
世
my
界の
dream.
ことを知ることができたま
That said,
あここ
I
最
was
近
hungry
は
for a new story.
新しい物語に飢えていたけど
His gaze drifted to the table. There sat a book and an apple pie. The pie was half eaten, and the book had seen so much use it was nearly falling apart. He loved both these things so much, they practically represented him. I pressed a hand to my mouth. At the time I nearly threw up after eating a bite of that moldy apple pie. Was that something he experienced in his paths too?
そんな時だよ
It was around then
君
that I
と出会
met
った
you.
のは漁師から
Huntsman had told me
君の
all
ことを
about
聞い
his
てい
little
た
sister,
変わった
the
人のお
princess with
姫
the
様
peculiar eyes.
ずっと
And I always wanted to meet you
君
in
に会いたい
person.
と思っていたアリス
Thank you, Arisu.
君は
Here in my dream,
俺の夢
you're
の
an
中で
anomaly.
とてもイレギュラーな存在だ君は
You're a mirror
鏡
reflection
に
of
映
my
った
heart.
姿でありなが
Yet
ら
you have a will of your own.
君という意志を持っている君が
I'm not that surprised you
俺の
showed
前
up,
に現れた
honestly.
ことは大して驚いていない俺は
I knew of you
君のことを
indirectly,
間接的に知
so
ってい
it's not
たし
unreasonable that I might dream of
夢の
you.
中に現れてもおかしくはなかったからね君が
But you were slightly
ただ
different
の
from my
競争じゃないと
perception
分
of
かったの
Reiki
は
Arisu. And so,
君
I
が俺の
realized
知
you
っ
were
てい
more
る
than
彼
a
女
mere
と
mirror image.
少し違っていたからだ君の兄弟は
The real you
ア
only
リス
had
漁
one
師ただ
brother,
一人だけだし
Roshi Arisu.
喫茶
And
店
you
だってや
didn't
って
run
な
a
い
cafe either.
そも
You
そ
never
も
lived in my town
俺
at
の
all.
住んでいる町に君はいなかったそれだけなら
Even then, I
た
could
だの
shrug it off
設
as
定
an
違いだと思っ
alternate
ていたけど
universe version of you.
何より
But what
俺
sealed
の
it
記
for
憶
me
と
was
違
your
ったのは
appearance.
俺が君の姿を見たのは
I had only ever
両
seen
親
you
に見
through
せ
the
てもらった
Huntsman
写
old
真が最
photos.
初で最後
Now
で
the time. You would have been
その
just
頃の
under
君
10
は
years old.
7歳くらいの子供だった俺の
I
思い出
never
に
saw what you looked like at
君
19.
はいない
I shivered. Only then did I notice how abnormally cold it was inside the cabin. Man, it's really cold in here. There was no light in the darkness, no heat source to keep us warm. Because this was his world. You know, I always wondered, if this is your dream, then what does that make me? After all, I have a conscience of my own. So what exactly am I? But now, I finally understand. I am a mere reflection of your heart, but I am also a pawn. There must be another version of me in the real world trying to talk to you. And that other me, no, both of us, we want you to wake up. That's my purpose here.
俺は目覚
I
めた
don't
くな
want
い
to wake
ずっと
up. I want to stay
この
here.
ままでいいよ
Liar!
嘘じゃ
I'm
ない
not lying.
俺は
I'm perfectly happy with
今
what I
のまま
have
で十
here.
分満足だここには
My mother is here.
母様も両親も
Huntsman
い
is
る
here.
ここにいれば
As long as I stay here,
俺は
I'm a
王子様でい
prince.
られる
I don't have to look at
美し
anything
いものだけ
unpleasant.
見ていられる
But none of it is real. Snow White, you compared this dream to a still lake, but those waters are only still because your heart has frozen over. You say there's no pain or misery here, but there's no joy either. Are you really having fun reading the same old books? Are you having fun going back and forth between the lake and your house and nowhere else? Are you having fun talking to your reflection in the mirror?
やだ
Stop.
He clapped his hands to his ears and shook his head.
そ
I
れ以上
don't want to hear
聞
it.
きたくない
Snow White! You claimed you killed your mother, but deep down you know no one is to blame. You know it wasn't really your fault.
違う
No.
Next, he squeezed his eyes shut. But I knew my voice could still reach him.
俺が殺し
I
たんだ
killed her. It was me.
俺がだってそうじゃないか
It had to be.
俺が母様との
I hadn't
約束を
disobeyed
破らなかったら
We could have saved her.
助けられたかもしれないんだ
You've only ever blamed yourself. You could have pinned the blame on someone else, but you chose not to. Because you're a kind person. But it's time to end this. I took a step forward. Frightened, Snow White took a step back.
あやだ
No.
来
Stay
ないでくれ
back.
Nevertheless, I walked forward and touched his mother lying slumped over the table.
やめろ
Stop.
She was so sweet and innocent and cheerful. She never lost touch with her inner child. She was the woman Snow White loved most in all the world. And then, at my touch, she disintegrated.
Mother.
Desperately, he dug for her amid the mountains of trash.
Mother.
母様
Mother.
母様
The strength drained from his limbs, and he fell to his knees. As I stood there in silence, he glared up at me.
How could you be so cruel?
こんなひどいこと
Still not as cruel as your mother. I feel like we need some.
Yeah.
That sounded like a diss. She locked you up in here when you were just a child.
違う母
No,
様は悪
it's
くな
not
い
her fault.
母
She was
様
only
は
looking out for me.
俺のことを思って
Looking out for you? By trapping you in a tiny cabin? And controlling every aspect of your life?
Yeah, Gretel.
Gretel?
それは
Take notes.
外の世界が危険だから
Well, it's not safe outside.
Then why did you keep going out to visit the lake?
The lake reflected everything upside down like a mirror, and Snow White always gazed out at it longingly.
それは
Well,
I'm not your mother, so I don't truly know why she did the things that she did. The only way to get that answer would be ask her directly, but that's no longer possible. You, however, you are still alive. You're just sleeping as if you were dead. I know how you feel, Snow White. After all, I'm your mirror image. I opened my eyes wide so we could see his reflection. Deep down, you've always wanted to venture out into the world. You're not crazy either. You're perfectly sane.
I'm not sure about that one, but
Baby steps. The truth is, you wanted me to figure it out. You wanted me to save you. Because you're lonely.
やめろ
stop.
You've always wanted to wake up from this nightmare.
違う
No, I.
俺はこれは
This
罰だっ
was
た
my
んだ
punishment
王子様になれ
for
なかった
failing to be
俺
a
を
prince,
執
for
筆をして
discovering
しま
the
った俺
truth.
をなのに
Then,
それなのに
then you showed up and changed
君が
everything.
現れてから変わってしまった母様も
Mother,
両親も
huntsman, everyone,
何もかも俺の
everything's
思
not
い通
going
り
the
にな
way
ら
I
なくなった
wanted.
なぜ
Why are you rubbing the truth at
君
my
は俺に
face?
真実を見せつけるんだなぜ
Why do you keep calling me a
俺を
prince?
王子様だなんて言うんだよ
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Tell me what I want to know.
Years of solitude turned your heart to ice. That ice served as a mirror, showing you only what you wanted to see, telling you only what you wanted to hear. But once I showed up, that changed too. The magic mirror became corrupted, and I shattered it. But that wasn't the only mirror here. Be honest. You always knew, didn't you? You knew why I showed up in the form you didn't recognize.
近寄るな
Stay away from me.
近寄らないでくれ
Please, stay away.
こんな
I
俺を
don't want you to see
見ない
me
でほ
like
しい
this.
Desperate to escape my gaze, he buried his face in his arms. Why not?
だって
Because
本
the
当
real
の俺
me
は
isn't
全
so
然綺麗じゃ
pristine.
ない。
I'm
汚いだ
filthy,
ろ。
don't you see?
お風呂も
I
入って
haven't
なけれ
taken
ば
a bath,
洗濯
and I
もしてい
haven't
ない。
washed my clothes.
体中
I'm greasy,
油や
and
赤
I
だら
have
けだし、
Same.
頭にもフケがこびりついてる。それに
not to mention
まとわ
the
りつくよう
stench
な
I
この
can't
匂
get
い。
rid of.
取れないん
I've
だ。
tried everything.
Have you
どんなに
tried
体を洗っ
throwing
ても
out the
洗って
decaying
も
body
こびりついて取れないんだ
throwing
よ。
out the trash?
But no matter how much I scrub and scrub, it won't go away.
Sure enough, he smelled of old milk.
Oh boy.
That was hardly a surprise. After all, he spent years and years locked up in this rotten hole.
どうして
I
母様
always
が俺を
wondered
外に出したが
why
ら
you
な
did
かっ
not
たのか
want me to go outside.
ずっと考えてたよ。でも
When I looked in the
鏡
mirror,
を見た瞬
I
間
knew.
分かってしまった。俺は
It was because I looked nothing like
母様
her.
が望んだ姿
That's
と
why she
違
didn't
うから
want me
だ。
to be seen in public.
だから母様は俺を外に出すことを嫌がったんだ。俺は
I'm
王
not
子
a
様なん
stupid
かじゃない。
prince.
It sounded like he was arguing with the part of him that always wanted to be a prince. Well, I want you. His eyes widened slightly. I can't be your queen, but I can be your princess. Then you'll be my prince.
なぜ
Why?
どうして君たち
Why
兄弟
do you
は
and your brother care
こんな
about me
俺の
so
そばにいてく
much?
れようとするの？
Because we love you. When you love someone, you naturally want to be around them. He shook his head.
俺は好きだ
When
か
I
ら
love
離れた
someone,
い。
want to be apart
好
from
きだか
them.
ら
I don't want the
こんな
people
醜
I
い姿を
love to
見ら
see
れた
me
く
like
ない。
this.
I reached out to him. What I wanted more than anything was for him to forgive himself.
そう
Don't
だ。
touch me.
俺は汚
I'm
い。
filthy. You'll be
今で
tainted.
汚してしまうよ。
He smacked my hand away. He was terrified. Hey, look at me. Nevertheless, I reached out to him again. I grabbed his scrawny arm and leaned in. Up close, I could see that his eyes were full of tears. He was drowning in unbearable sorrow. He looked me in the eye.
あ
How do you feel about my eyes?
Beautiful.
綺麗だよ。
Really beautiful.
でも
What about the reflection of yourself you see in them?
それは
His grimy face twisted in misery. Even so, his eyes were locked on mine. Listen, Snow White. When you told me you thought my eyes were beautiful, it really meant a lot to me. So I want you to look at what's reflected in them. Because I'm you, and I want you to love me.
それは
So,
つまり
you want me to love
俺
myself?
自身を愛せということ。
Yep. I nodded with a smile. Before you can love someone else, you have to love yourself. Now say the magic words. See, I'm not just a mirror. I'm a magic mirror. And I'll answer any questions you ask.
鏡を
Mirror,
Kagami.
mirror, standing tall.
鏡さん。この世界で
You in this land.
一
Do you
番
love
愛しているのは
most of all?
You, my prince. You're the one I love most of all.
Kiss.
Okay. And with that, I kissed him. That shut him up real quick.
Yeah.
Now, big question. Do we think that he Frenched himself?
Probably not.
Damn.
He hasn't
All
touched
right.
an actual person in years, so
True. I don't even think he knows how a fairy tale kiss looks like. I don't think he knows what like any other form of kissing looks like.
yeah.
As I slowly pulled away, he stared back at me in disbelief.
どうして
Why?
言
You
った
remember
よ
when I
ね。
asked you if you would die for me?
俺のために死んでもいいのかって
Yeah,
いくら君がイレギ
You
ュラ
may
ー
be
な
an
存在だ
anomaly
としても
here. You're still part of my
この
dream.
世界は
This whole world is
俺が
just
見
an
ている夢
illusion.
だ。君が俺を目覚め
So
させ
if
れ
you
ば
wake me up,
君
I'll
という存在
disappear.
も消えてしまう。君は
you'll disappear.
自分という存在が消えてもいいの？
Yep,
なんで
How?
because I love you. I love you, and I want to heal you. To that end, I don't care if I have to sacrifice myself. I'm happy as long as my beloved is happy.
変わってるね。
You're not duck. You know that?
I get that a lot. Maybe your dream made me this way. I shot him a playful wink. He gazed back at me, conflicted. Besides, your mom asked me to look out for you. She wanted the two of us to be friends. So clearly, she wants me to save you.
それは
That was just the dream version
夢
of
の中の
her.
話だよ。
Yeah, maybe. But you can trust me, can't you?
あ
Yeah. I trust
Shinjiri.
you.
He struggled to smile through the pain. The truth is, I've wanted nothing more than to see you in person.
Me too.
You felt the same way?
思って
Of
たよ。
course I did.
You had feelings for me?
わからな
I
い。
don't know about that.
でも
But
ず
I
っ
always
と
dreamed
憧れ
of
てた。
you.
君の見た目
You
は
looked like a princess from a
絵
picture
本の
book.
中のお姫様そのままだったから。
Right. Likewise, I've heard about you from my brother. He'd always tell me stories of the prince who ate the poison apple and fell fast asleep. And I've always wished I could wake you up. Just then, a bright red flame ignited at our feet and began to spread throughout the room. The fire threatened to consume everything in its path.
世界が
Oh, my world.
Hello,
My
Gretel.
dream.
夢が
It's falling apart.
崩れていく。
At last, this eternal dream has reached its end. I spoke softly, reassuringly. Didn't I tell you? Even after the dream ends, I'll still love you. But this time, it won't be a mirror image. It'll be the real me.
でも俺
But
は
I pressed my index fingers to his lips and slowly shook my head. I'm gonna wake you up, no matter what it takes, even if I have to disappear along with the rest of your dream. Can you hear my voice? Can you understand me?
届いてるよ。
Loud and clear.
君が現れて
When you showed up, it triggered a
世界が
domino
少しずつ
effect
変
that
わってい
changed
っ
my
た。
whole world.
君の言
Your
葉は不思
voice
議
is
だ。
oddly powerful.
君以外の人の
Normally
言
I
葉は
couldn't
響
hear
かない。
anyone, but with you,
君だけは違うんだ。君の言葉
your
は
voice slowly melted my
寒さ
frozen
で
night
凍ってしまった
and made
湖を
waves in my
少
hair.
しずつ溶かして
His beautiful eyes dyed my reflection a brilliant shade of lilac. Drawn in like a magnet, I leaned in. Snow White closed his eyes without resistance. My prince, I've come to wake you. And I kissed him one more time.
There I stood, a mere child, alone at the lake at night. Why the lake, you ask? No real reason. I would have happily gone anywhere, even to the other side of the planet. I just really liked the lake, that's all. On clear nights, the surrounding mountains reflected upside down on the lake's surface. It was magical, and although our town was a tourist trap, people hardly came here at night. That night was yet another clear moonlight night. I just sat there and listened to the waves. You might think a lake wouldn't have waves, but you'd be mistaken. The lake tide swells and recedes just like the ocean. Supposedly, these waves are created by friction between the surface water and the wind. That said, a lake is still not the same as an ocean.
I'm friction.
A lake will not lead you to the distant lands. I understood that, of course. But even if it did, I would likely never go. After all, I...
おい、お前。
Hey, you. Out of nowhere, someone grabbed me by the shoulder.
Ryoshi!
Startled, I whirled around to find a man staring down at me, panic in his eyes. It was Roshi. Back then, Roshi was a 20-year-old college student.
誰
Who are you?
誰って。
What? His eyes widened slightly, almost like he was surprised by my question.
ち
Whatever,
Tonika,
just come with
kochi,
me. Roshi grabbed me by the arm and, without another word, dragged me off the pier and onto the lake shore.
た
Good
ガ
grief.
キは家
Isn't
で
it
寝
past
てる
your
時間だろ
bedtime, kid? Don't you have a friend you can spend the night with?
友達なんかいない。
I don't have any friends. At least, I assumed so, since no one ever interacted with me. But I didn't really understand friendship anyway.
いない。
What are you
そん
talking
なことねえだ
about?
ろ。
Of course you do.
じゃあ、
What about your family?
もしかし
You
て
didn't
家出
run
か
away from home, did you?
おい、
Come on,
仕
don't
方
ignore
し
me,
てんじゃ
damn
ねえ
it.
よ。
別に
I'm not.
そっちが勝手に喋ってるだけだろ。
I could have stayed silent, but I didn't want him to keep interrogating me, so I decided to respond. Just then, he smacked me over the head.
口の
You don't get to
利き方
talk
に
to
気
me
をつ
like
け
that,
ろ
you little brat.
ガキ。
His husky voice got even huskier as he growled at me. If anything, he looked less like a hunter and more like a wolf.
で、
So,
こんな
What
と
are
こ
you
ろで
doing
ガキが
out here
何
to
やっ
work?
てるんだ。
ガキじゃない。
my name isn't Twerp.
白
It's
雪だ
Snow
よ。
White.
白
Snow
雪。
White. He furrowed his brow.
君は
What about you, mister?
は
Excuse me,
君
mister? Were you talking to
君って
me?
俺
そ
How's
れ
it
以
feel
外
to
ない
be
と思う
old
け
at
ど。
20 something Ryoshi?
Do you see anyone else here? I tilted my head at him. He scowled. I braced myself, thinking he would hit me, but instead he simply clucked his tongue in annoyance. Kids
今
these
時のガ
days.
た
That's
と
what
え
an old person
俺
says.
がガキだとしても、こちらから
I
名乗っ
may
た
be
の
a
だか
kid,
ら、
but at least I had the
そっちも名乗
common
るのが
decency
礼儀
to
だと思う
introduce
けど。
myself. Still waiting on you. It was a ballsy retort, but I was testing the waters.
アリス漁師
Yoshi Arisu. He reluctantly answered the question. He must have realized that I had a valid point.
変な名
That's a
前。
weird name.
悪かった
Gee,
な
sorry.
ふん
Uh-huh, so you
自
admit it.
覚はあるんだね。
Yoshi, the Japanese form of huntsman. Arisu, the Japanese form of Alice. Two fairy tale characters matched together.
お前こそ
I don't think you
人の
have
こ
any
とと
room
や
to
かく言え
talk
る
on
名
the
前じゃねえ
subject.
だろ
You're not a girl, are you?
女じゃないよ
I kicked his unguarded chin. Ow, that was...
俺は
I'm
女の子
not
じゃ
a
ない。
girl. I growled in a low voice. I didn't care if he made fun of my stupid name, but I was not okay with him treating me like a girl. Now she looked at me in confusion for a moment, then let out a sigh.
な分かった
Fine. I apologize
今
for
のは
saying
俺が
that.
悪かった
He raised his both hands in surrender.
漁師は
So, huntsman,
早速呼び捨て
after all
る
that, you're still not gonna call me by my name?
君をアリス
Do
と
you
呼
really
びた
want
く
me
な
to
い。
call you Mr. Alice?
俺も
No,
呼ばれた
not
くない
really.
なら
Well then,
漁師でいい
huntsman
だろう。
works, don't you think? This seemed to piss him off even more, so I decided to consider other options.
おじさん。
Grandpa?
漁師でいい
Huntsman is fine. Apparently he didn't like Grandpa either. Very picky, this one.
こんなところでぼーっと
When I
して
saw
るか
you
ら
zoning out over here, I
自殺でも
thought you
す
were
るの
gonna
かと思っ
drown
ちまった
yourself
じゃ
or
ねえか
something.
自
Drown
殺
myself? Why would I
何
do
のた
that?
めに？
知るかよ
How should I
けど
know?
ガキがこんな時間に
It's
こ
not
んな
normal
とこ
for
ろ
a
で
kid to be out here
一
by
人でい
himself
るなんて
this
普
late.
通じゃねえだろ
And why are you out here by yourself this late? Sure, he had a scary face, but he didn't seem old enough to be lecturing me like a grown-up.
漁師こそ
You're one of those
い
delinquent
わゆる
types,
不良っ
aren't
て
you?
やつなんじゃない？
なんで
Why would you say that?
見た目がま
Because
さ
you
に
look
不
like a
良その
bug.
ものだし。
悪かったな
Gee, sorry. His appearance was nothing like the average person's. His hair and eyes were both pale in color, To be fair, he rocked the look, but out here in the countryside, he was bound to attract all kinds of attention. This is my natural color, unfortunately.
嫌なの？
You don't like it? I was more interested in his irritated tone of voice.
さあ
Maybe I
ど
do.
うだろうな
Maybe I don't. Since he was dodging the question, I took that to mean he didn't enjoy the topic.
周りからは
Everyone always
染めろ
tells me to
染めろと
dye
言
it
われる
black,
けどな
so I tried it once, and I looked like a damn
一度
freak.
髪を染めたことがあるが死ぬ
I tried to picture him with black hair. It wasn't pretty.
Yeah, I can see it. It's not great.
Yeah, you're right.
そうだ
You
ね。
wouldn't look good with black
確かに
hair.
漁師に黒髪は似合わない。
The mental image was just too funny.
失礼なガキだな
You're the one
そ
who
っち
brought
が
it
勝
up.
手に言い出したんじゃないか。
Why was I laughing so hard? You wouldn't think it was that hilarious. And for some reason, it was.
ねえ、
Hey. So,
明日もここに
will you come back here
来て
again
くれる？
tomorrow night? I asked as I wiped the tears of laughter from my eyes.
あ
Excuse me.
なんで
Why
またこ
would
こに
I? Are you saying you're going to
つうか、
come back here alone
また
again?
一人で来るつもりか
あ
Yeah, that's the plan.
あ、来るつもりだ。
I smiled faintly.
マジで嫌がった
Part of me wants to get to the end, but it's already like almost 2 a.m. for me, and
No.
I think maybe we should just stop here.
I'm with you on that because I'm like we're almost at the end, but also it's taking a long time to get there.
Like, it could easily be another hour or more, and I don't think I have it in
Yeah.
me.
Plus if we finish early next week, we can just start Wizard Story.
Yeah, of course.
Oh man, at least we finally got like some concrete answers on what the fuck was going on. Because like I'm not gonna lie, I lost the plot for 5 seconds
That's fair.
after last.
Valid.
Like when we were like, hey, magic in a series that's been very kind of not magical. Well, they use magic to like hand wave situations and stuff like that away, but like
Yeah.
not as much involved in the story as it was in this time. And it's like, oh, it's a dream. It's like, oh,
Yeah. Because, like, with everyone else, like, the only way, like, magic was involved was because of the wizard directly interfering. But in this case, the wizard isn't very present until his killing Reikyu.
yeah, that's it. And by that point, it's just murdering. That's it. Like,
Yeah, which is something.
it's definitely a choice.
Yeah.
Speaking about magic, we just teleported.
Yep.
The fuck.
And you lost your crown.
I'll find it again.
Maybe next week.
Maybe next week we'll find it again. I'd laugh so hard if there's like 15 minutes left on this route. Oh, I would too.
I know there's at least one other CG, so like there's definitely no way there's only 15 minutes left.
Well, it's like they're just getting into like the story of how they met, so it's gonna go into like all the backstory that led up to the fucking dream world.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna take a lot longer than 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe if we
exactly.
weren't reading out loud, there'd be a chance, but we are reading out loud, so.
Yeah. Plus, we had that big climactic finale between Reikyu and Snow.
Mm-hmm.
Feels like a good spot to stop it.
Yeah. I think I'm just gonna raid Hiragiyu. I don't feel like thinking of anyone else to raid.
Let's go. Got any last words for chat?
Not really.
Usually you put me on the spot.
Well, yeah, because you're my guest.
flipping the script today.
But yeah, I don't really have any thoughts to share. Do you?
I think the game summed it up pretty well. You can't love someone else till you love yourself.
Yeah, valid.
So make sure you take those steps to love yourself, even if it's like you have to give yourself a little bit of leniency.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you guys so much for joining otherwise, and we'll catch you next time. Yay!
Why?
Bye-bye!
Objection! Oh, they're playing Spirit of Justice. God damn. I'm guessing